Don't think because you got your Gucci boots on or whatever and have heated seats in your car that you're safe from becoming prey. Because some very dangerous and unexplained creatures are out there, and you're about to hear over 4 hours of alleged attacks and encounters with them by real people. Enjoy. This is the Unexplained Encounters podcast. Follow the show on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and leave us a rating. You can send me your scary stories of the unknown and terrifying at darkstories.org. And catch me on my gameplay channel, where I play scary games with my friends, over at Darkness Plays. Now, let's begin. The Voices in Piney Grove. From Chris. I've never shared this story before, not even with my closest friends. I'm a 32-year-old guy living in rural Virginia. I've always been an outdoorsy type, spending most of my free time hiking, camping, and hunting in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily, and I've had my fair share of close calls with wildlife. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered last October. It was the first weekend of deer hunting season. I had decided to try out a new spot, deep in the Piney Grove Preserve. This area is known for its dense pine forests and rugged terrain, perfect for big bucks, but also notoriously easy to get lost in. I'd spent weeks scouting the area, setting up trail cams, marking my route with GPS. I was confident I knew the lay of the land. I set out before dawn on Saturday morning, my truck loaded with gear for an overnight stay. The plan was to hike about 5 miles in, set up camp, then spend the evening and early morning hunting from a tree stand, which I had already set up earlier in the week. Everything went smoothly at first. The weather was perfect, crisp and cool with a light breeze. I made it to my campsite by early afternoon, and I got everything set up. As dusk approached, I made my way to the tree stand. It was positioned on the edge of a small clearing, giving me a good view of a well-used game trail. I settled in for the long wait, my rifle ready across my lap. The forest grew quiet as night fell, with only the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of leaves breaking the silence. It must have been around 9 p.m. when I first heard it. A faint sound carried on the wind, like someone calling out in the distance. At first, I dismissed it as something insignificant, maybe just some animal noise distorted by the terrain. But then I heard it again, clearer this time.
"Hello? Is anyone out there?"
The voice sounded human, female, and distressed. My first instinct was concern. Had some hiker gotten lost out here? That wasn't unheard of, especially in this area. I hesitated, unsure whether to call back or stay quiet. Before I could decide, the voice came again, a bit closer than before.
"Please, can someone help me? I'm lost."
It was coming from the opposite direction of the game trail, deeper in the woods. I turned in my stand, straining my eyes to see through the darkness. The nearly full moon provided some light, but the dense canopy cast deep shadows everywhere. I couldn't see anyone, but the voice sounded like it was only a couple 100 yards away now.
"Hello?"
I finally called out.
"You okay? Do you need help?"
Silence fell for a long moment. Then, from much closer, maybe only 50 yards away, I heard a response that made my blood run cold.
"Chris? Is that you, Chris?"
It was my mother's voice, exactly like her voice, down to the slight southern drawl she'd never quite shaken. But that was impossible. My mother lived 3 states away and had never been to this part of Virginia in her life. Plus, she was terrified of the woods and would never be out here alone at night. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something was very, very wrong here. I clicked on my headlamp, sweeping its beam across the trees, but saw nothing.
"Who's out there?"
I called, trying to keep my voice steady.
"This isn't funny."
A rustle came from the underbrush to my left, like something big moving through the bushes. Then another voice spoke, this one deeper, unmistakably male.
"Son, what are you doing up there? Come on down, it's time to go home."
My father's voice. But my dad had passed away 5 years ago. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. This could not be happening. I had to be dreaming. Maybe I had fallen asleep in the stand. Maybe I was having some kind of hyper-realistic nightmare. I pinched myself hard, willing myself to wake up, but nothing changed. The rustling sound grew louder, circling around the base of my tree. I swung my rifle down, training it on the movement, my finger hovering near the trigger.
"Stay back,"
I shouted, my voice cracking with terror.
"I will shoot."
A low chuckle emanated from directly below me, a sound that was almost but not quite human. It was followed by a rapid series of clicks and pops, like something trying to mimic speech, but not getting it right. Then, in a voice that was an unsettling blend of my parents' tones.
"Come, Chris. We've been waiting for you. It's time to join us."
I saw something move at the base of the tree, a pale shape that seemed to shift and writhe in ways that defied human anatomy. In the dim moonlight, I caught a glimpse of what looked like elongated limbs and a face that was horrifically blank, like a mannequin's. Pure primal terror gripped me. Without thinking, I fired my rifle. The shot rang out deafeningly in the quiet forest, and I heard a piercing shriek that was definitely not human. The shape at the base of the tree darted away with inhuman speed, disappearing into the underbrush. For a moment, everything was silent. Suddenly, the woods erupted with noise. Dozens of voices, some I recognized, some I didn't, all calling my name from every direction. They were pleading, angry, seductive, a cacophony of human speech that seemed to press in on me at all sides. I don't remember climbing down the tree stand. My next clear memory was of running full tilt through the woods, my headlamp bouncing wildly as I crashed through the undergrowth and leapt over fallen logs. I had no idea if I was going in the right direction. All I knew was that I had to get away from those voices. Branches whipped at my face, and I stumbled more than once, but pure adrenaline kept me going. The voices followed, always seeming to be right behind me, or just off to the sides. Sometimes they sounded like they were coming from right next to my ear, making me flinch and change direction. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but realistically, it was likely only 30 minutes. Eventually, I burst out of the tree line and onto a gravel road. By some miracle, it was only about half a mile from where I had parked my truck. I sprinted down that road faster than I'd ever run in my life, not daring to look back. When I reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door unlocked. As I climbed in and slammed the door, I heard a final voice, this one sounding like a child.
"Don't leave us, Chris. We'll be waiting for you to come back."
I peeled out of there, gravel flying as I accelerated down the forest road. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway, and I didn't stop driving until I was back in my own driveway. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe some kind of hallucination brought on by contaminated water or gas from my camp stove. Maybe I did doze off in that tree stand, and I had the most vivid night terror. But no matter what excuse I drum up, I know it was real. I left all my gear out there. My tent, my sleeping bag. I even dropped my hunting rifle out there. Nothing could make me go back to retrieve it. I haven't set foot in those woods since that night. You could not pay me enough money to ever go back. If you're ever out in the Virginia backwoods and you start to hear your family's voice when they shouldn't be there, you should have been running 10 minutes ago. The Pope Lick Monster from The Dark Knight. I lived in Kentucky at the time, and had only recently heard of this infamous beast. I also recently learned that this monster's victims had made the news before. That's right, the Pope Lick Monster has actually killed people. Be warned though, this monster's method of slaying may trigger some folks. Out of respect for the families of the deceased, I will use random names to maintain the integrity of the victims' identities. Allow me to start with some of the earliest encounters I could find on microfilm. In the 1960s, an old man named Jonathan was watching a construction crew work on and sketch blueprints of the Pope Lick trestle. Sources vary, but most agree that old Johnny muttered under his breath, "They shouldn't do this. The monster lives there." Again, sources vary, but most say that about 3 weeks after the bridge was constructed, the old man vanished. Searches were conducted. The police got involved. In the end, all the searchers found were the mangled and bloodied remains of a severed foot. The foot looked as if it had been chopped cleanly off, like an axe was used. This reportedly spurred a short murder investigation into the situation. The police concluded that old Johnny had died, as it had been nearly a week since the discovery of the foot, and he would not have survived. However, they could never be sure if it was even the old man's foot, because DNA evidence didn't exist at that time. The authorities' suspicions were likely confirmed, because in the following weeks, more cleanly cut body parts were discovered, strewn about the forest close to the trestle's construction site. The death was considered a cold case murder after further investigation, because at the time, authorities had virtually nothing to go on, except those random body parts. While the police were still trying to find the murderer, construction workers began to disappear too. While some were tall tales, others were documented in missing person reports. They were said to have just vanished into thin air by the workers who last saw them. Again, more remains were found in the days following the disappearances. There was no solid evidence as to who the culprit was, so the cases became stagnant. However, the construction workers began to see things. Figures darting between trees. A goat bleating that sounded a little bit off. One account from a worker says that he and his buddies were enjoying a smoke break after a long day's work, when, all of a sudden, they heard a man scream, followed by a chopping sound. Immediately, the men stood up, shaken. The woods were silent as the grave, and they quit their job right then and right there. Later, the remains of an unidentified man were found strewn about the forest, cleanly cut, as if by a blade. Those are the first couple of documented Pope Lick monster encounters that have some decent credibility. That is not some spooky story to tell friends around a campfire with s'mores. I mean, this beast had a kill count, and it still wasn't finished. Next, I'll give the encounter of Betty, a teenager who lived near the trestle. This encounter is not fantasized at all, but the name of the young lady has been changed to maintain anonymity. Betty, the 17-year-old from the small town of Finchville, had to drive by the trestle every day to go to her night shift at a local KFC. She would sleep late, do some homework, and then head off to her job. On a Tuesday in October, Betty was doing just that. The drive was roughly 30 minutes to the fast food joint, and she was in no rush. Like every time she went to work, Betty passed by the trestle, oblivious to the horrific history of its construction. She looked out her window to admire the way that the moon shone through the rickety steel beams. Then she noticed a shape, growing slowly in the distance. It looked like a large person was speeding at her car on all fours. The way it moved was all wrong. The galloping motions the creature made were not natural. She sped up, immediately terrified of the figure. For 3 minutes, it kept pace with her car at 45 miles per hour before slowing down as she reached an area where more people were present. Other drivers noticed she was going 20 over the slow 25 mile per hour speed limit and notified the police. They spotted her speeding car and pulled her over. Upon seeing her extreme distress, the officer let her go with a warning, and she slowed down once she couldn't see the dark forest surrounding Pope Lick Road. She made it to her shift and told her coworkers that a deranged creature kept pace with her car. To her utter horror, the coworkers who took the same route as her gave their stories, describing how the creature kept pace with their cars as well. In the early morning hours, Betty left with one of her coworkers, and they headed home, feeling secure in one another's company. That was the last time Betty and her friend, named Sammy, were seen alive. Their car was found in a ditch near the side of the road. Blood was on the dashboard, in the back seat, on the carpet padding, everywhere. There was no evidence of a collision, no apparent evidence of an attack except the 2 horn-shaped indentations on the left side of her car. Exactly 2 weeks and 1 day later, the scattered remains of Betty and Sammy were found around the trestle. The cold case was reopened, and a new set of eyes looked upon the old, dusty files. The hunt for the Pope Lick monster was resurrected. However, nothing was found on the remains, save for what appeared to be goat fur, which officials brushed off as wild animals being interested in the body parts. Betty's coworkers would later come forward, recounting the story she had told about a creature running with her car. I remember when I was a little kid, sitting in the back of my parents' Honda Pilot and seeing a car in a ditch with police surrounding it. This incident was no joke. I asked one of my friends to share their encounter, and they agreed. This encounter came directly from an email he sent me after I asked him about his experience. I think it was in late December, approaching Christmas break. It was snowing a little, so I had to drive really slow, even though the speed limit was 25 miles per hour or something like that. I passed by the train bridge and I saw a shape walking across the bridge. I know there had been reports of kids going out at night looking for the monster, and they'd dare each other to cross the bridge. But this figure looked off. Something about the way it walked just looked wrong. I wasn't in any rush, so I got out of my car and walked close to the bridge, yelling up, telling whoever was up there to get down before they hurt themselves. I heard this loud clopping sound, like hooves on wood, and it sounded like there was a human-like aspect to the footfalls. One clop after the other in a rhythmic way, like a person on 2 legs would walk. Then I heard the sound of goat-like bleating. I've heard the stories about the Pope Lick monster, or the Pope Lick goat man, so I immediately walked briskly to my car and drove away. A giant, furred man with massive horns began to chase my car for a long time, until I got to an area that was more lively. I drove to the nearest restaurant, sat down in a booth, and quietly cried. Nothing has happened since, and I'm grateful for that. One last story. About a month ago, as of writing this, a massive, crudely made axe was found by a metal detectorist who had been searching for old coins under the trestle. The axe had dried human blood on it, but there was too much decay to determine who the blood belonged to. Scientific dating methods suggested that the blood was 20 or so years old, which does directly correspond with the time that Betty and Sammy were brutally murdered. The older stories are directly from my local library's newspaper microfilm collection. The stories of an axe-wielding goat man are true, and not embellished. Embellishing these stories in any way would not do the victims justice. Whatever lives in the woods around Poplick Road, it's not human, and it's very dangerous. Full Moon Phenomena, from Rosie82. I'm a veterinarian for a small town in Ohio. In a place like this, where livestock outnumbers people, and everyone knows everyone else, you'd think life would be pretty predictable. Mostly it is, but about 2 years back, I started to notice something that shook my understanding of the natural world. It all began on a crisp autumn morning. I had just arrived at the clinic when my assistant, Ginny, rushed in with a worried look on her face. "Dr. Rosie," she said, "the Dunns just called. Something got into their chicken coop last night, and it's bad." This wasn't uncommon. We often dealt with predator attacks on farms. Usually it was coyotes or the occasional feral dog. But when I arrived at the Dunn farm, I knew this was different. The chicken coop looked like it had been hit by a tornado. The heavy wire mesh was torn apart like it was tissue paper. Inside, it was a bloodbath. But what struck me was the precision of the kills. This wasn't the frenzied attack of a hungry predator. Each chicken had been killed with a single powerful bite to the neck. As I was examining the scene, Mr. Dunn approached me. "Rosie," he said, his voice shaking a bit. "I've been raising chickens for 30 years. Never seen anything like this. What do you think did it?" I didn't have a good answer for him. The bite marks were too large for a coyote, and the strength required to rip through the wire mesh ruled out most local predators. I took some samples and measurements, promising to look into it. Over the next few weeks, I nearly forgot about the incident. But then it happened again. This time it was the Petersons' sheep. 3 of them killed, all with the same precision I'd seen at the Dunns. And again, the fence had been torn apart with incredible force. I started keeping a record of these attacks, noting their locations and dates. It wasn't until about the 3rd incident that I noticed the pattern. Each attack had occurred on the night of a full moon. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. But as the months went by, the pattern held. Every full moon brought a new attack, always with the same characteristics: incredible strength, precise kills, and a preference for livestock over easier wild prey. I began to do some research. I looked into the local wildlife patterns, consulted with rangers and wildlife biologists. Nobody had any explanations that fit. The attacks were too powerful for mountain lions and too precise for bears, too infrequent for any natural predator. It was during one of these late-night research sessions that I first stumbled across the term clinical lycanthropy. It's a psychiatric condition where a person believes they can transform into an animal. Most of the medical literature dismissed it as a delusion, but some older texts linked it to the folklore of werewolves. I almost laughed. Werewolves in our little Midwest town? It was absurd. And yet, the full moon connection, the incredible strength, the animal-like efficiency, I couldn't shake the idea once it took root. Of course, I kept these ideas to myself. I had a reputation to maintain. But I did start paying more attention to the people around town, especially as the full moon approached each month. It was subtle at first. I noticed that some folks seemed more on edge as the full moon approached. One of my clients, a usually calm man named Frank, nearly snapped at me when I suggested rescheduling his dog's appointment that fell on a full moon night. Then there was Abigail, the new high school biology teacher. She'd moved to town about a year ago, Around the time the attack started, I noticed she always looked exhausted after full moon nights, often calling in sick the next day. But the real kicker came about 6 months into my observations. I was working late at the clinic on a full moon night when I got an emergency call. A large animal had been hit by a car on the outskirts of town. When I arrived at the scene, the driver was visibly shaken. "I swear, Doc," he kept saying, "it wasn't a deer. It was walking on 2 legs." The animal, whatever it was, had dragged itself into the woods. We found a blood trail, but it disappeared after about 100 yards. What I did find, though, made my blood run cold. There, half hidden in the mud, was a footprint. It was larger than a person's foot, with clear claw marks at the end of each toe. I made a cast of the print before the police arrived. To this day, I keep it locked in my desk drawer. It reminds me that there are things in this world that defy rational explanation. The next day, I heard that Abigail, the biology teacher, had been admitted to the hospital with severe injuries from a hiking accident. She was out of work for weeks, and when she returned, she walked with a noticeable limp for months. I wish I could say I solved the mystery, that I uncovered the truth behind these strange events. But the reality is, I'm left with more questions than answers. The attacks continue. Every time there's a full moon, always with the same characteristics. I've shared my findings with the local sheriff, but without concrete evidence, there's little more they can do. And I can't really go public with my suspicions now, can I? Who's gonna believe the veterinarian claiming there's a werewolf in the town? After all, I could be wrong. I'm still out here doing my job, treating the animals, documenting the occasional attacks, doing my best to search for the right explanation. All the while, I'll be watching the moon wax and wane, wondering what the next full moon might bring. If you're in Ohio, in a small town, and you see a vet's truck parked out on a lonely back road on a full moon night, give a friendly wave. It's probably me, keeping watch, waiting for the moment when the world of science and the world of legend collide. It tried to imitate our dogs. From Shady German. I was 15 years old at the time. My friend, I'll call him T, was 17. I have lived in Germany all my life, and I still live near the woods. I have a dog named Lenny, and T also had a dog. His was named Inna. I live in a 2-story house, and my window faces the forest. It was November of 2023. I was home alone, save for my friend T. Our dogs were outside in my garden, as they usually were. It was around 7 p.m. T and I were watching TV. Suddenly, the happy barking from outside began to sound aggressive, scared even, or protective. "What's up with the dogs?" I asked. "I don't know," T replied. "Let's go outside and check." So we went outside. We found our dogs growling and barking towards the forest. "Lenny, get over here," I yelled. But he didn't respond. He just kept on barking. And even after T tried to call Inna back, neither of the dogs reacted. They wouldn't even look at us. T went up to Inna and tried to pull her by the collar, but stopped dead in his tracks while looking at the tree line in the forest. I wondered what was going on, so I cautiously went up to him to see what he was looking at. Then I saw them. There were our dogs at the tree line, but we knew that those weren't our dogs, because our beloved dogs were the ones barking at these dogs. These copy dogs looked off. My border collie has one brown eye and one blue eye, but this similar-looking imposter had 2 pitch-black eyes and was much larger. T's dog was a French bulldog, white and brown. But this other creature was black and white, also with pitch black eyes and much bigger. They just stared at us. "Dude, what in the world are those?" I whispered urgently. "I have no idea. We need to get back inside. Slowly, though," T answered. So we did just that. We managed to pull our dogs back in. We put them on leashes and secured them to a wall so they couldn't run away. We locked all the doors and windows. When we looked back outside, the so-called dogs were gone. "Fenya, let's call our parents," T suggested. I wasted no time. Our parents arrived immediately. They went outside, armed. We even heard a struggle and a blood-curdling scream, but we were never told what happened. We never did speak of it again, and these days I'm scared to look outside my window. I always keep my curtains closed. The Thing in the Joshua Trees. From Mika Stargazer. This weird thing happened to me when I was a kid, around 11 or 12 years old. It was during this family trip to Joshua Tree National Park. My dad had just married my stepmom, we'll call her Vanessa, and we were doing this whole blended family bonding thing. It was me, my new stepsister Zoe, she was about 16 and thought she was too cool for everything, and my best friend, Katie, who my dad let come along because he felt bad about the whole remarriage thing. We were staying at this little rental house just outside the park. It was okay, I guess. Had this big window in the living room that looked out over all these weird Joshua trees. Back then, I remember them creeping me out. After dark, those trees looked like these big, spooky figures all hunched over. One night, me and Katie were sitting on the porch, trying to see if we could spot any UFOs. Yeah, we were those kind of kids. Zoe was inside, probably texting her boyfriend or whatever. Katie was going on about this documentary she'd watched. "I'm telling you, Mika, the government knows about aliens. They're keeping it a secret because they think we can't handle the truth." I remember rolling my eyes. Yeah, sure. And Bigfoot is real too, right? That's when there was a weird noise. It was like a high-pitched yipping sound mixed with a deep gurgling. Very weird, I know. It didn't sound like a normal animal. I saw Katie's eyes get all huge. She then asked, "Did you hear that?" Before I could answer, Zoe stuck her head out the door. "What are you dweebs doing out here?" "Shh," Katie hissed. "Listen." We all went quiet. After a few seconds, the yipping sound came again. It was louder now, and I could tell it was coming from the Joshua trees. Zoe's face went white. "What the heck was that?" I expected her to tell us we were being stupid, to come back inside, but instead, she walked out onto the porch with us. We stood there for a while, staring out into the darkness. The moon was high and bright that night, so we could see the shapes of the Joshua trees with ease, all twisted and weird. Katie suddenly grabbed my arm, nearly making me jump. "Look over there." At first, I didn't see anything, but then there was movement near one of the Joshua trees. Something was skulking about between the branches, low to the ground. It looked about the size of a very large dog, but its movements were very odd. They were jerky and unnatural. "I don't like this," Zoe said. And for once, she didn't sound all snarky and superior. She sounded scared. I was about to say we should all go back inside when that thing emerged from behind a Joshua tree. It was the freakiest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Its body was reptilian, with occasional patches of coarse, spiky fur. Its head was weirdly elongated, with a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. Then its eyes, they were huge and red and glowed in the moonlight. Katie began to freak out. Oh my god, what is that? Zoe hissed, "Hush, maybe it hasn't seen us yet." But right then, as if on cue, the thing turned its head and looked right at us. Those glowing red eyes seemed to stare right through me. The three of us froze there. I couldn't move. I didn't even want to breathe. It felt like time stood still, as we just stared at the thing and it stared at us. Then it made that noise again, the yip gurgle. But this time it started moving towards us. It moved in a weird loping gait, like its legs were way too long for its body. I heard Katie whimper beside me. Even Zoe gasped. Just as it made it to the edge of the porch, a car drove by on the road, headlights sweeping across the yard. The thing turned and hissed, a sound like steam escaping a radiator. And in a blink, it was gone, disappearing back into the Joshua trees with incredible speed. We all stood there for a moment, not saying a word. Then all at once, Zoe grabbed both of us by the arm and dragged us inside. She locked the door and closed all the curtains. "Okay." She was trying to sound calm, but her voice was shaking. What the heck just happened? Katie was trying not to hyperventilate. An alien? A Chupacabra or something? I didn't know what to think. Part of me wanted to agree with Katie, but the entire rest of me was like, really? None of that is real, right? But I ended up saying, maybe it was just a weird shadow. The moment I said it, I didn't believe it. Zoe shook her head. Mika, shadows don't make noise. We stayed up all night, just sitting in the living room with all the lights on. We tried to talk about other things, normal stuff, but we kept coming back to what we'd seen. In the morning, when it was plenty bright out, we went outside to look around. We didn't find a thing. Footprints, slime, nothing like that, like you would see in the movies. Just typical desert. We didn't tell our parents. I mean, what were we gonna say? Hey Dad and new stepmom, we just saw a freaking sweet Chupacabra outside, wanna take a look? Yeah, I don't think so. They'd probably say it was a weird cactus we saw or something like that. I'm older now, still not sure what that thing even was. If you're reading or listening to this, what do you think it was? A Chupacabra or alien like Katie said? Or just a very weird shared delusion? If you ever find yourself at Joshua Tree National Park, well, best of luck to you. Hidebehind Encounter from Puck's Wudgie. Growing up on a farm with over 250 acres of land had its perks. Endless space to explore, the freedom to roam, and a sense of solitude that's hard to find anywhere else. At 17 years old, I was no stranger to hard work. My dad ran the place with a firm but fair hand, and I was more than willing to help out wherever I could. One summer evening, Dad mentioned needing trees cleared in the deepest part of our woods. He offered to pay me well for the job, more than he usually would. The extra cash sounded good at that age. At the time, I had my eye on this used dirt bike that a friend of mine was selling. So I jumped at the opportunity. The next morning, I loaded up the truck with all the necessary gear, packing everything up in the sturdy trailer that my dad let me borrow. The area he wanted me to clear was a good drive through rough terrain, parts of the property we didn't frequent often. As I set off, the sun hadn't set yet, but was well on its way, making our fields look golden. The drive took about half an hour, the path getting narrower and more overgrown as I went deeper. When I made it to the spot, I took a moment to appreciate the serenity. There were tall trees all around, and the wind sounded nice. I got to work then, my chainsaw roaring to life. The first few trees came down without a hitch. As I was moving on to the next, I had the odd sensation of being watched. I paused, cutting the engine and listening closely. There was nothing unusual, just the typical forest sounds. So, for the time being, I shrugged it off and continued my work. A couple of hours later, while taking a break, I noticed something strange. One of the trees I'd felled earlier was missing. That couldn't be right or possible. Trees don't get up and walk away. I headed over to where it should have been, scratching my head. There was the stump, cleanly cut, but the tree itself was now gone. I looked around, thinking maybe I'd dragged it off and forgotten about it. But no, it was nowhere in sight. A bit unsettled, I decided to chalk it up to me being forgetful and moved on. As the day wore on, little things started to nag at me. Shadows seemed to shift just beyond my line of sight. Once I thought I heard faint laughter, but I assumed it was the wind, because I should have been alone out here completely. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, but every time I looked around, I was still alone. Well after dark, I sat down for a late dinner. While eating, I felt that prickling sensation again, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I scanned the perimeter, but again I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But then a sudden rustling sound caught my attention. About 20 yards away, bushes shook violently, as if something big was moving through them. I stood up in an instant, ready to go. "Hello?" I called out, getting no response. Wildlife was common out here. Deer, foxes, sometimes a bear. But this felt different. Deciding it was best to keep working and finish up, I got back to it. By the time I loaded up the last of the logs onto the trailer, I was deep into the night. The woods were quiet, the daytime creatures settling down as the nocturnal ones began to stir. I checked my watch. 10 p.m. Time had really gotten away from me. I pulled out my cell phone and called home. Mom answered on the second ring. "Hey Mom, just letting you know I'm going to camp out here for the night. It's a nice evening, and I'd rather not drive back in the dark." "All right, hon. Be safe, and call us the moment you need anything." "Will do. Good night." After hanging up, I set about making a simple camp. I always kept a small tent and sleeping bag in the truck, for occasions just like this. With the tent pitched near the truck, I started a small fire to cook some dinner. Just canned beans and hot dogs. But that really hit the spot. Sitting by the fire, I pulled out a book my dad had lent me, a non-fiction book about the Civil War. My dad was a bit of a history and folklore buff. After a while, I closed the book, tossing another log on the fire. The night was calm, the fire crackling softly, but the quiet was soon interrupted by a faint sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I looked up, peering into the dark beyond the fire's glow. Just some animal, I thought to myself. Still, the feeling of being watched returned, a bit stronger than before. I decided to turn in, thinking after all that hard work it'd be easy to sleep. I doused the fire, leaving just a few embers glowing, then crawled into my tent. Lying there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I told myself I was being paranoid, that these strange occurrences throughout the day were just adding up and getting to me. Sometime later, I drifted off, only to be jolted awake by a loud thump. I sat bolt upright. The sound had come from near my truck. Listening closely, I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, but it was irregular. I unzipped the tent just a crack, enough to peer out. The moonlight made everything look extra creepy, with how it cast the shadows. But I didn't see anything weird just yet. The truck and trailer were sitting there, just as they should. But then I saw something, a shadow slipping behind a tree, too big to be any animal I knew. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Then I saw the shadow move again, darting from that tree to the next, always just out of full view. It was like it knew exactly where my gaze would land and avoided it perfectly. There was something familiar about it now, but I wasn't sure why. I tried to calm myself. Surely it was nothing, just my eyes playing tricks. I gathered my courage and grabbed the flashlight, shining it towards the trees. Everything was silent, until I began to hear the breathing again. It was closer now. I swung the flashlight around frantically. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure, a tall, gaunt shape slipping behind a tree. My hand shook, the light wobbling. I knew deep down that I should not be staying out here. Slowly, I backed into the tent and packed up what little I had inside. Emerging cautiously, I made my way toward the truck, keys in hand. The trailer was loaded down with logs. I climbed into the driver's seat and locked the doors. The engine roared to life, and I felt relieved. I put the truck in gear and tried to pull forward, but the vehicle struggled. The weight of the loaded trailer was too much on the uneven terrain. I was starting to panic. With that trailer attached, maneuvering quickly would be nearly impossible, if I could get this thing moving at all. I needed to unhook it. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I stepped back outside into the dark. I was terrified. I could feel eyes on me, and my hair was standing on end. I worked quickly, unlatching the trailer, causing metal to clink loudly in the forest. But then there was a sound behind me, a low growl. I was way too scared to even try glancing in that direction. With the trailer unhitched, I jumped back into the truck and floored it. The tires spun for a moment before gaining traction, and I sped down the rough path, branches scraping the sides. In the rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement, a dark shape standing in the middle of the path, but it quickly vanished as I rounded a bend. The drive back was a blur. I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of the farmhouse in the distance. Pulling into the yard, I shut off the engine and just sat there, hands gripping the wheel tightly. I didn't tell my parents the full story, just that I decided to come back early. They noticed the trailer was missing, and I explained I'd left it there, planning to retrieve it the next day. That night, sleep eluded me. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. The next morning, Dad and I drove back to get the trailer. The area looked normal enough in the daylight. The trailer was right there where I left it, still loaded with logs. "Why'd you unhook it out here?" Dad asked. "Had some trouble maneuvering last night," I replied. We hitched it back up without incident. As we were about to leave, I glanced back toward the trees, and I swear for a brief moment, I saw a dark shape slip behind a trunk. But it could have been a trick of the light. Back at home, I went straight to the bookshelf in my dad's study. This whole time, there was something familiar about what I had experienced, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I searched through the volumes, and I found one I remembered reading several years ago. A book on folklore in the forests, specifically in North America. For that entire evening, I read about the monsters there, until I came to one. The Hidebehind. I read it thoroughly. A creature known as the Hidebehind was said to prey on those alone in the woods, especially after dark. It could contort its body to hide behind the narrowest of trees, always staying just out of sight. Victims often reported feelings of dread and the sensation of being watched before disappearing without a trace. A shiver ran through me. I was never one to believe in all this kind of folklore, just thought it was a fun read. But the parallels were too strong to ignore. I decided to share a bit with my dad, in a non-obvious way. I asked him, "Have you ever, heard any stories about strange things in the woods?" He looked at me. Your great-grandpa used to tell tales about creatures out there, some old lumberjack legends. Like the Hidebehind. He raised an eyebrow. "You been reading that book, huh?" "Yeah, just curious."
"Those are just stories, son. But honestly, I've always thought every legend had a kernel of truth. Always good to be cautious out there, especially if you're alone." I nodded, not entirely reassured. From there on out, I believed that there was something out there. So I avoided going deep into the woods alone, and I stuck to the more familiar areas near the farm. One evening, I met up with a friend who lived nearby. I mentioned my experience, and to my surprise, he didn't just laugh me off. "Well, you're not the first to feel that way out there," he said. "I've heard old-timers around here talk about strange happenings. I've heard stories about missing livestock and eerie sounds. Some of them won't even go into the woods after dark anymore." This was both comforting and unsettling to know that I was not alone in this. To this day, I tread carefully on our land. The woods aren't as serene as they used to be. They're a place to be respected and feared. What do you think? Do you think the Hidebehind is real? Have you ever encountered one? Let me know, because I'm very, very curious. The Chupacabra of southern Texas. From Tex-Mex Vaquero 87. The first time I noticed something was off, I didn't think much about it. Working as a farmhand on a sprawling cattle ranch in rural South Texas, you get used to weird noises and unexplained occurrences. The wind howling across the plains can play tricks on your ears, and the long hours under the scorching sun can often make your eyes see things that aren't there. For this story, you can call me Miguel. I've been working at a certain ranch that will go unnamed for a couple of years. It's hard work, but honest. Most days I'm up before dawn, saddling my horse and heading out to check on the herd. We run about 500 head of cattle across a massive acreage of scrubland and mesquite. It's beautiful country, but it can be unforgiving. The kind of place where you always keep one eye on the horizon, watching for dust devils or summer storms rolling in. The first incident happened in late April, just as the bluebonnets were starting to fade and the real heat of summer was creeping in. I was out near the eastern fence line, fixing a section which had come loose in a recent windstorm. The sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in oranges and purples. As I worked, I became aware of this uneasy feeling. It sounds cliché, but I had this feeling like I was being watched. I started to look around, half expecting to see a coyote or maybe a mountain lion eyeing me from the brush. But there was nothing there. Just the gentle lowing of cattle in the distance and the rustle of wind through the mesquite. I shook it off and went back to my work. As it got later, that feeling grew stronger. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I could have sworn I heard something moving in the tall grass just beyond the fence line. Something big. I called out, thinking maybe it was one of the other hands playing a joke on me. "Hey, who's out there?" I called. To be honest, I sounded a bit freaked out. There was no response, just more rustling. It was closer now, and then a smell hit me. It was like nothing I'd ever encountered before. A mixture of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something alien. I didn't stick around to see what it was. I gathered my tools and hightailed it back to my truck, my heart pounding. As I drove back to the bunkhouse, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something chasing me down the road. When I got back, I didn't mention it to the other hands. They already thought I was a bit soft, being from the city originally. No need to give them more ammunition. That night, though, as I lay in my bunk bed listening to the chorus of snores around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something out there in the dark had been sizing me up. The next few weeks passed by without incident. The spring roundup kept us all busy from sunup to sundown, and I managed to push that strange encounter to the back of my mind. But in early June, things started getting weird again. It was Pedro who first noticed something was off with the herd. Pedro had been working cattle longer than I'd been alive, and he's got an almost supernatural sense for when something's not right. One morning at breakfast, he mentioned the cattle seemed spooked, more skittish than usual. "They know something we don't," he said. His weathered face looked concerned. "Animals can sense things." I didn't think much of it at the time, but over the next few days, I started to notice it too. The cattle were clustering together more tightly than usual, even in the heat of the day, and they were quieter, like they were trying not to draw attention to themselves. Then the attacks started. At first, it was just a calf here and a calf there. We'd find them in the morning, weak and listless, with strange puncture wounds on their necks. The boss, let's just call him Mr. Hawkins, figured the same as me, coyotes or even a mountain lion. He had us start patrolling at night, taking shifts to ride the fence lines with rifles at the ready. Then things got really strange. I was on patrol with Jake, another hand, about a week after the attack started. We were riding along the southern pasture. The moon was low in the sky. It was quiet, very, very quiet. Our horses seemed on edge too, their ears flicking back and forth nervously. Suddenly, Jake's horse reared up, nearly throwing him off. As he struggled to control the animal, I saw something move in the shadows about 50 yards away. It was big, a little bit bigger than a dog, but the shape was all wrong. It seemed to be hairless, with a long snout and powerful hind legs. Before I could get a better look, it was gone, melting into the dark, like a nightmare disappearing at dawn. Jake hadn't seen it. He was too busy trying to calm his horse. When I described what I'd seen to him, he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "You've been listening to too many of old Pedro's stories," he said with a nervous laugh, but I could tell he was spooked too. The next morning, we found 3 more calves attacked. This time the wounds were worse. It looked like something had been trying to drain them dry. Mr. Hawkins called the local game warden, but they were as baffled as we were. That's when the whispers started. At first it was just Pedro, muttering about El Chupacabra when he thought no one was listening. But soon the other hands were talking too. Most of them were too macho to admit it, that they believed in things like that. But you could see the fear in their eyes. I didn't want to believe it. Chupacabras were just stories, right? Something made up to scare kids and sell tabloids. But with each passing day, as more animals were attacked and strange things kept happening around the ranch, it got harder to deny that something unnatural was going on. One night, about 2 weeks into the attacks, I was awakened by a commotion outside the bunkhouse. I grabbed my boots and ran out, along with the other hands. What I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. The entire herd, hundreds of cattle, were pressed up against the corral fences, as far from the open pastures they could get. They were bellowing in terror, their eyes rolling wildly. And there, at the edge of our floodlights, was a shape. It was hard to make out details, but what I could see chilled me to the bone. It was the same thing from before, that thing that I thought looked dog-like, but with this clearer look, it was roughly humanoid, hunched over like some kind of primitive ape. Its skin seemed to be a mottled gray-green, and its eyes reflected the light like a cat's. For a moment, it stood there watching us. Then it let out a shriek that sounded like a cross between a mountain lion and a woman screaming, and vanished into the night. After that night, things escalated quickly. We lost more cattle every night, despite our best efforts to keep them safe. Mr. Hawkins brought in experts. I recall veterinarians, wildlife biologists, even a couple of paranormal investigators. But no one could explain what it was and why this was happening. The atmosphere at the ranch became tense and bordered on panic. Some of the hands quit, unwilling to deal with whatever was out there. Those of us who stayed began to carry loaded weapons at all times, even during the day. We set up trail cameras all over the property, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature. But nothing solid ever came to light. Eventually, Mr. Hawkins decided to sell the ranch. This was grave news to most of us. There was immediately gossip, as folks began to wonder why he was selling. I remember thinking surely it wasn't because of this alleged Chupacabra. But it was a possibility. The night before the new owners were set to arrive, I had the closest encounter yet. I was doing a final patrol of the property, more out of habit than any real hope of stopping the attacks. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds that night. It was quite dark, and I was definitely on edge. As I rode past the old barn, I heard a sound that made my horse stop in its tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. My hand went to my rifle, but before I could even think about raising it, something jumped from the shadows. I caught a glimpse of gray-green skin, glowing red eyes, wickedly curved claws, before my horse reared up and threw me to the ground. I hit hard, the air driven from my lungs. I gasped, and I heard something circling me, with heavy, ragged breathing. I thought I was about to meet a cold and dark end. But, just as suddenly as it appeared, the creature was gone, bounding away into the night, its footsteps fading into the distance until I could no longer hear them. I don't remember how I made it back to the bunkhouse that night, but I know that I did. The following morning, the owners arrived. I handed in my resignation. With the change in ownership and the increasingly dangerous events, I didn't feel comfortable staying. I moved on to work construction in San Antonio, but I still do get creeped out, thinking back to those glowing red eyes and feeling myself being circled by something predatory in the dark. Disturbing Wolf Thing from recentsearcher. I was about halfway through my trek along the Great Divide Trail in the Canadian Rockies. It was late August. The plan was to hike the whole thing, from Waterton Lakes National Park all the way up to Kakwa Provincial Park. It was a trip I'd been dreaming about for years. I'm from Vancouver, but I'd never really explored much of the wilderness in my own backyard. Always too busy with work and life and all that. But I'd finally saved up enough vacation time and money to take a couple months off and just disappear into the mountains. That particular day had been rough. I'd been pushing myself hard, trying to make up for lost time after waiting out a nasty storm a few days back. My legs were aching and my feet were blistered, and I was starting to run low on supplies. I knew I'd have to detour off the trail soon to resupply, but I was hoping to push on for one more day. As evening started to set in, I realized I'd miscalculated. I was nowhere near my planned campsite, and the terrain was too steep and rocky to safely set up camp. From there, I spotted a faint light in the distance, off to the east of the trail. Had to be a farm or maybe a ranger station or something, I thought. So I figured I'd head that way, see if I could camp on the edge of their property for the night to be safe. Worst case, maybe they'd let me refill my water. It took me about an hour to reach the place. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a farmhouse, one of those old two-story jobs that looked like it had been there for generations. There was a barn off to one side, and I could see a few outlying buildings that I guessed were sheds or workshops. The whole place was surrounded by fields, with the forest pressing in close on all sides. I was about to head up to the house when something made me hesitate. Can't really explain it, to be honest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and something just felt wrong. You spend enough time in the wilderness, I guess you develop a sort of sixth sense for danger. This felt like that, but different, more unsettling somehow. And then I saw it. Something that at first I thought was a person. There was a figure standing by one of the ground floor windows of the farmhouse. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized it was way too big to be human, and the shape was all wrong. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, covered in what looked like shaggy dark fur. But it wasn't shaped like a bear. It was standing on 2 legs, body hunched forward in a way that looked unnatural. Its arms, if you could call them that, were long and ended in what looked like huge clawed hands. I froze, afraid to move. The creature had not seen or sensed me yet. It was completely focused on that window. As I watched, it leaned in closer, pressing its face against the glass. And then, God, I can barely bring myself to describe it. It began to lick the window. Long, slow strokes of its tongue against the glass. The sound carried clearly in the still night air, this wet, raspy noise that made my skin crawl. I'm not sure how long I stood there, paralyzed with fear, before finally the creature pulled back from the window. It turned its head, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought I'd been spotted. It let out a low rumbling sound, not quite a growl, not quite a whine, then loped off into the darkness of the surrounding forest. I waited until I was sure it was gone, then practically ran up to the farmhouse. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely knock on the door. A middle-aged man answered, looking understandably confused to find a disheveled hiker on his doorstep at night. I opened my mouth, ready to spill everything I'd just seen, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain what I'd witnessed without sounding completely insane? Instead, I forced a sheepish smile and said, "I'm so sorry to bother you this late. I was hiking out here and I got myself completely turned around. Could you possibly point me in the direction of the nearest town?" The man's confusion turned to concern. "You're pretty far from any marked trails, son. Everything all right?" I nodded, perhaps a bit too eagerly. "Yeah, I took a wrong turn somewhere. I lost track of time." He studied me for a moment, then glanced over his shoulder into the house. "Look, it's pitch black out there, and the terrain's treacherous if you don't know it. Why don't you come in for a bit? My wife just put on some coffee." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to leave, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. But another part, well, I couldn't just leave without saying something, could I? And I really did need to get my bearings. "That's really kind of you. Thank you," I said, stepping inside. The warmth hit me immediately, making me realize how cold I'd been. The man introduced himself as John. He led me to a cozy kitchen where his wife, Sarah, was indeed brewing some coffee. She gave me a warm smile and set about pouring me a cup. As I sat there, hands wrapped around the steaming mug, I wrestled with what to say. I couldn't tell them the exact truth, but I couldn't say nothing either. Actually, I saw something before I came to your door," I started, my heart pounding. "I'm not sure how to say this, but, well, I think I saw a strange man peering through one of your ground floor windows." John and Sarah exchanged a look. It wasn't the reaction I expected, not shock or fear, but more like resignation. "Which window?" John asked, his voice low. I pointed in the general direction. "Over there, I think, on the side of the house." Sarah's face paled.
"That's Emily's room," she whispered. John stood up abruptly. "I'll go check on her, and I'll have a look around outside." As he left, Sarah turned to me. "Thank you for telling us. We've had issues with trespassers before. Not sure why, but this area attracts all sorts of strange folk." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and now wondering if I counted as one of those strange folk. I wanted to say more to her, to warn her about what I'd really seen, but I just couldn't. John came back a few minutes later. "Emily's fine," he said to Sarah. "Sleeping soundly. Didn't see anyone outside, but I'll do a more thorough check in the morning." They offered to let me sleep in the spare bedroom. It was next to their bedroom, so they could keep an eye on me, and John agreed to stay up anyway, in case that man came back, but also probably because he wanted to keep an eye on me too. I gratefully accepted the offer, but truthfully I spent most of the night staying up and talking to John, discussing goings-on in the woods, what he does for a living, how life was out on the farm. In the morning, John gave me directions to the nearest town, where I could resupply. I thanked them for their hospitality and set off, glad to put some distance between myself and whatever I'd seen the night before. Wish I could say that was the end of it, that I finished my hike and went back to a normal life, chalking the whole thing up to dancing shadows in the night, or maybe just a really big bear. But I still couldn't shake it off. It nagged at me, demanded answers. About 6 months later, I found myself driving through that way and decided I would drop by the farm to pay them a visit. I told myself I was just being thorough, tying up loose ends before I wrote up my trail journal. But deep down, I think I wanted to make sure that everyone there was okay, and I was extremely grateful for how kind they were. I don't think I could have walked any further in those woods in the dark, knowing that something like that lived out there. The farm looked different in the daytime, peaceful and ordinary. John seemed surprised to see me, but he invited me in for coffee. We chatted for a bit about nothing in particular, the weather, how my hike had gone, that sort of thing. At a certain point, I asked how Emily was doing. John got real quiet. He looked out the window for a long moment. "Emily was a sickly child. Weak lungs, the doctor said. To be frank with you, she passed away in her sleep only a week after you were here." I was taken aback. Didn't know what to say. "My God, I'm so sorry," I managed to finally say. It felt inadequate. "The thing is," John continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you mind if I share something strange?" John asked. I nodded. "Thing is, the night before she died, Emily told us she'd been having dreams. Said there was a big dog that would come to her window at night. Said it would lick the glass and tell her not to be afraid. I only want to bring it up because it reminds me of the man you saw at her window that night." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. John continued. "She said it spoke to her in her dreams, told her it would take her somewhere she wouldn't be sick anymore." He looked at me, his eyes starting to shine with unshed tears. Been wondering if it was the fever talking. I think about it a lot lately, that maybe these dreams she had helped her to pass on. We sat in silence for a long while after that. What could I even say? Eventually, I made my excuses, thanked him profusely again for the coffee and for the kindness his family showed me that night, then left. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of that creature at the window. Had it really been there for Emily, despite how disturbing it looked? Was it some kind of spirit guide? Or was it something darker? Something that caused the girl to die? I've turned it over in my mind 1,000 times since then, and I still don't know. but I've had plenty of nightmares about it ever since. I'm asking anyone and everyone who hears this story or reads it, what do you think it could have been? A benign creature or spirit trying to help the little girl, knowing that she was about to pass? Or some sort of evil monster that cursed the girl to die? 2 stories from Amatsubu. These are 2 personal encounters with the unexplained that left me questioning what I once believed. The first story, the shadow in the garden. When I was 15 years old, I decided to stay at my grandparents' house outside the city. It was a peaceful place, far from the usual hustle. Their home, built in the 1930s by my great-grandfather, had been passed down to my grandfather, who had kept it in great shape over the years. Despite its charm, there were whispers in the family about a haunted past. As a skeptical teenager who watched way too many New Age atheism debate videos, I didn't pay these stories much mind. You see, I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. It all seemed like nonsense to me, just stories for people who wanted something to be afraid of. But one night completely changed what I believed to be true. It was a perfectly ordinary Wednesday night. I had dinner with my grandparents and headed off to bed in the room I was staying in. I spent a bit of time watching BoJack Horseman on my phone before falling asleep. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up with the urge to go to the bathroom. One thing about old houses where I'm from is that they have an outhouse for a toilet, separate from the house itself. For my grandparents' outhouse, it was accessible through the garden. I stepped out and finished my business, but on my way back to the house, something caught my eye. At first, it was just a shadow, but as I squinted my eyes into the darkness, the outline morphed into something more human. But it stood at least 8 feet tall, with gaunt arms and thick legs. Its silhouette was grotesque, barely human. Then it moved. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it take a step towards me, and in that moment, a primal fear surged through me. This thing, whatever it was, it shouldn't exist. Without thinking, I bolted. I sprinted back to the house, slammed the door shut, and locked it behind me. I shook uncontrollably, sobbing as fear overwhelmed me. I couldn't explain what I'd just seen, but the image burned into my mind like a nightmare that I could not wake from. I stayed up until dawn, too terrified to sleep. When the first light of day seeped through the curtains, I gathered up my things, told my grandpa I wanted to head home early, and left without looking back. I never spoke of that night. My grandparents never seemed bothered by anything unusual in their house, and I was not about to start a conversation that would confirm they might have been right about the haunting, nor was I going to admit that I was wrong. It's been 9 years since that night, and though I visited my grandparents' house multiple times, I've never dared to stay overnight again. After that night, I had difficulty falling asleep for weeks, and I would often catch glimpses of movement in the corners of rooms. This trauma, however, eventually faded, and while I've grown out of the fear, I still can't explain what I saw. Today, I'm not exactly a denier of the supernatural, but one thing is for sure. I have no desire to ever find out more about what I saw in that garden. The second story. The Night Shift Company. It all started during one of my night shifts at the factory. I was relatively new, operating the machines and getting used to the routine. One night, while focused on my work, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Someone was approaching me. Assuming it was a coworker, I didn't bother to look. But the moment the figure got close, it vanished. I was confused for a bit, but then I brushed it off, thinking my mind was playing tricks on me. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened. A few weeks later, I saw a man walking across the factory floor, dressed in a black shirt and trousers. He casually walked by and then disappeared from my view. At first, I thought nothing of it, but when I mentioned it to my coworkers, their response sent chills down my spine. They looked at each other. Then one of them said it was just a harmless spirit that stays there. My blood ran cold. I pushed them for more details. They told me that while some of them had never personally seen him, they knew he was harmless. He would show up from time to time, walking or standing in random spots, only to vanish into thin air. They mentioned that several workers had been spooked into quitting over the years, but reassured me that there was no need to worry. I seriously considered leaving right then, but the pay was too good, and I was really starting to like the guys at work. They made the place feel comfortable, despite the eerie occurrences. I mostly worked night shifts, and for a while, I didn't encounter anything like that again. Things were going smoothly until one night. I had stepped out for a cigarette during a break, and there he was, standing only a few feet away, staring right at me. His gaze sent a wave of unease through me. He looked like a regular guy, but the fact that he was somewhat otherworldly just didn't sit right with me. I broke eye contact right away and went back inside, trying to shake off that feeling. The next day, I quit. I couldn't deal with it anymore. The stress from those encounters started to affect other parts of my personal life, and I felt like I was on the verge of slipping into depression. And while the money was good, the constant tension it caused was too much to handle. I still don't know what I saw in that factory, but I know it wasn't something I needed in my life. East Tennessee Getaway Nightmare from Southern Fisher 777. My wife and I go camping every year for her birthday. We love getting away up in the numerous mountains here in Tennessee. It's a beautiful state, with plenty of breathtaking sights to see. We prefer tent camping. Campers seem like they defeat the purpose of being one with nature. We'd planned a 4-day camping trip. We reserved our campsite in advance and got there early. Setting up camp went fine and everything was perfect for the first 2 days. Cooking on the fire, roasting s'mores, fishing and swimming. We were having a great time. Things didn't get weird until the 3rd day. We woke that morning just before sunrise to a howling noise. Now, I'm a good old boy raised on a farm, been hunting my whole life. Not much scares me, and I knew there were no animals big enough here, especially canine, to make that noise. My wife was scared though, but I assured her it was just some dumb teenagers pranking the campers. The day went on as it should have. We ate breakfast, went swimming, and hiked around the lake on the 3.5-mile trail that circled it. Usual camper stuff. That night, I decided to go night fishing. I'd seen some good-sized fish splash on our way back at sunset, and being an avid fisherman, I wanted it. I told my wife of my plan, and for the first time, she told me not to go. "Please don't go by yourself tonight. I have a really bad feeling about it," she said, a look of fear overcoming her. I smiled to reassure her and said, "Baby, come on now. Afraid something's gonna get me? I'll bring the gun if it makes you feel better." Her face still hadn't dropped that look of fear. What if that thing that howled was a bear or something? I just don't want anything to happen to you. I laughed and replied, "Babe, I've lived here my whole life. Bears don't howl, and there aren't any wolves out here. Coyotes don't get that big either, and they don't howl like that.
It was just some stupid teens. We went back and forth a few more times before she finally let me go, after making me promise to bring the pistol with me. I checked my tackle box, making sure my pole was ready for bottom fishing. I made sure I brought my flashlight and my good knife too. I headed out to the trail that circled the lake. The moon was nice and bright, so I didn't need to use my flashlight to see where I was going. I made my way until I saw the perfect fishing spot, a part jutting out into the lake covered by trees, but the moonlight hit it perfectly at the exposed end. I set up my chair and cast my line out. As time passed, I caught a few catfish, but none the size of the one I'd seen earlier. I'd just finished getting one off the hook and tossed him back into the water when I heard it. My blood ran cold. Goosebumps covered my whole body as a howl so loud it caused my ears to ring, pierced the silence of the night. The fishing pole hit the ground as my hands began to shake. What could have made that noise? Was it some dumb teens again? No, the woods were quiet now. Signs of a large predator nearby. But the only large predators up here were black bears. No possible way a bear would howl like that. I heard rustling maybe 40 feet behind me towards the trail, and instinctively I grabbed my 9mm from the holster. My hands were shaking. Why was I so afraid? Hardly anything scared me. Then, in the direction the rustling had come from, I saw eyes, yellowish eyes. I locked into its gaze. I shouted, "Hey, I'm armed. I'd suggest you move along. I'm not afraid of you, and you may get yourself shot trying to scare me." Nothing. No movement. The eyes just stayed locked in my direction. I readied the gun, prepared to fire on whatever this thing was. I lined it up in my sights and gave a final warning. "I'm gonna shoot if you don't announce yourself now." No reply yet again. At this point, I realized it was not a person. No teenagers were pranking me. I'd been targeted by some type of predator. So I squeezed the trigger. Click. My whole body went stiff. I'd left in such a hurry to try and catch that stupid fish, I hadn't checked to see if the gun was even loaded. It was empty. I looked up from the gun, back to where the eyes were, and they were gone. I hiked about 2.5 miles down the trail. It would be quicker to just finish the trail than go back the way I came. I loaded my stuff up quickly. I walked just as fast as I could to get back onto the path, praying that the predator wasn't behind a tree or a bush just waiting for me. My stomach was in knots. Something was off with whatever this was. It wasn't natural. I heard a loud crash in the woods to my left, the unnatural silence of the forest broken by it. It must have been huge. Whatever had made the noise, it sounded like a tree had fallen. Something told me to run. Run as fast as I can and don't look back. Didn't have to tell me twice. I dropped all my fishing gear and ran. I heard heavy footsteps following behind me, but I refused to look back. I ran and ran. Having played football my whole life, I had good stamina and was pretty fast. This thing was faster than I was. The steps got louder and louder. I could hear what sounded like a dog panting getting closer and closer. And then there, the dam. You could walk across it, and it was fenced in, about 2.5 feet wide and 7 feet tall. Much too small for whatever this thing was to get into. I was at my limit, but there was only maybe 100 feet till I made it to the dam. I would be safe there. I dove into the dam walkway and crashed onto the concrete, quickly glancing behind me. I saw it then. Must have been 6 or 7 feet tall, easily. Huge build, covered in fur. Its arms reaching for me between the walkway's fencing. but it had no chance of fitting through. Its face was like a wolf's, but more man-like. Its piercing eyes were full of malice and hate towards me. I had escaped it, and it was more than displeased with that fact. Its snout had blood and flesh hanging from it, its teeth stained red. I yelled as loud as I could, calling for help. The thing snarled at me and stopped reaching towards me, letting out a terrible howl. My ears rang, and my body trembled. It was so loud I thought my eardrums were going to burst. Then it gave me one last look and leapt into the trees. I heard the rustling fade as it made its way deeper into the forest. I spent the night in that walkway, praying to Jesus to protect me the entire night, until some rangers found me early in the morning doing their rounds. They asked me what I was doing here, what had happened, and I tried to explain. But as I did, they gave me that, "Are you out of your mind?" look. So I just stopped myself. They took me back to my campsite, and I packed everything up without saying a word to my wife. She asked over and over again about what happened, but I couldn't tell her, not after the way those rangers looked at me when I told them, and if she did believe me, she would never go outside again. I researched a bit about my encounter, leading me to a thing called the Dog Man. If you're ever out in the woods of East Tennessee, watch out for it. It's definitely real. Also, make sure your gun is loaded. Thank you for letting me share this story. I haven't shared it since then. Feels good to get it off my chest. I pray you all stay safe out there.
The Mimic. From Maci. This happened not too long ago at my dad's house in Charleston. It was about a month back, I think. I was in my room and couldn't sleep, so I just decided to watch TV. I've always had a weird feeling about my room at my dad's place. You see, we have this small room behind a bookshelf that opened like a door. I've lived in that house since I was 7. I've never been scared of it before, even as a little kid. But for some reason, my room has been freaking me out as of late. The creaking of the ceiling fan, the faint noise of the air vent that barely works. It all seems a little bit unnerving. As I was watching TV, I heard something coming from the bookshelf door. This faint tapping noise. I rewound the show I was watching to see if it was part of the program, but I didn't hear the tapping this time. Once I turned off the TV, I heard the tapping again. I just assumed it was my dog, who sometimes wakes up in the middle of the night. Now, I'm not going to say the tapping didn't scare me. It definitely did. I tried to go to sleep, but the tapping started once more. It was louder than the first time. "Scarlett, I know that's you," I yelled, thinking it was my little sister. The tapping then stopped, and I then heard a voice at the door that sounded like my little sister. "Maci, please, can I sleep in your room tonight? I can't sleep," the voice said. But I knew it wasn't my sister. My sister would not have started talking to me outside of my door like that voice did. The voice sounded like my sister, but something about it also sounded inhuman. I didn't reply to it. I didn't say anything. I didn't know exactly what to think of it. All I knew was that that was not my sister. I then heard slow stomping as the thing at my door began to walk away. I locked my door and kept my lights on. I don't exactly know how I went to sleep after that, but I did. The night after, my dad and my little sister went to the store. I was home alone. I was on the phone with my friend as I was scared that that thing would show up again. After about an hour, she had to go, so I said goodbye and hung up reluctantly. I went downstairs to watch a movie with my dog. I didn't feel so creeped out. After all, my dog is a 150-pound Great Dane. Halfway through our movie, I heard a knocking at the front door.
Hello? I got locked out of my house. Can you please help me?
It sounded like my neighbor. I walked over to the door and was about to open it when a thought popped into my head. That's not my neighbor. She should be out of town. I quickly backed away from the door, grabbed a knife from the kitchen in case whatever was outside tried to get in. The knocking got faster and louder. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was so afraid. After a while, the knocking stopped, and the thing outside walked away. My dog was cowering in a corner instead of barking. Eventually, my dad and my sister came home, and we all went to bed. After that night, I've not heard the thing again. I'm still scared of my room to this day, but as long as I have my lamp on, I'm okay. I will never forget those experiences. The Beast is Still Here. From Alice K. Last summer, my friend Lily and I decided to take a little trip to France. We'd both just graduated from college and wanted to do something a bit more adventurous before diving into the whole career thing. We'd saved up some cash from our part-time jobs and planned a 2-week backpacking trip through the French countryside. We started in Paris, of course, soaking in all the touristy stuff. The Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, you know the drill. But both of us were more interested in the less traveled paths, so we headed south to the rural areas, wanting to experience what we called the real France. One place that caught our attention was the region of Gévaudan. Lily had read about it in some historical thriller novel and was intrigued by the legends of the Beast of Gévaudan, a creature that supposedly terrorized the area in the 18th century. I'm a bit of a history buff myself, so I was all in. We arrived in a small village called Meroes, nestled in the mountains. It was picturesque, with cobblestone streets and old stone houses. The locals were friendly enough, but seemed a bit reserved when we mentioned our interest in the beast's legend. One elderly woman even crossed herself and muttered something under her breath when we brought it up. Undeterred, we found a quaint little inn to stay in and planned a hike through the nearby forests the next day. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man I'll call Jacques, warned us to stick to the marked trails. "People can get lost easily," he said in his thick accent, "and the wolves have been more active lately." "Wolves?" Lily asked, her eyes lighting up. "Yes, but they usually avoid humans," he replied. "Just be cautious." The next morning, our backpacks loaded with snacks and all the goods, we set off. The forest was breathtaking, tall trees forming a canopy overhead and the smell of pine in the air. The birds chirping were a nice cherry on top. It was everything we'd hoped for, the very reason we planned this trip in the first place. About 2 hours into the hike, we came across this old, overgrown path, which wasn't on our map. Lily, ever the adventurous type, thought that we should take it. "Come on, Emma," she said, tugging at my arm. "This is exactly the kind of off-the-beaten-path experience we both want." I hesitated. "I don't know." Jacques said to stay on the marked trails. She rolled her eyes playfully. "Are you afraid of the beast from a few hundred years ago? Think it's gonna come back and get us?" I laughed. "Fine, but if we get lost, I'm blaming you." We ventured down the path, which wound deeper into the woods. The trees were denser here, and the light filtering through the leaves gave everything a greenish hue. It was eerie, but beautiful. After about an hour, we stumbled upon a clearing with the ruins of what looked like an old stone cottage. Moss covered the walls,
and nature had begun to reclaim the place. Intrigued, we decided to explore. Imagine who might have lived here, Lily mused, running her hand over the rough stone. As we looked around, I noticed strange markings etched into one of the remaining walls. They did not look like any writing I'd seen, more like symbols or sigils. "Hey, check this out," I called to Lily. She walked over, squinting at the markings. Weird. Maybe it's some kind of old language. That moment, a strange rustling sound came from the trees behind us. We both froze. Eventually, I whispered, "Maybe just an animal." "Maybe we should head back," Lily suggested, her earlier bravado now fading. "Yeah, good idea." As we turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something moving between the trees, a large, dark shape that seemed to be too big to be a deer. "Did you see that?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "See what?" I don't know. I saw something move over there." We stood still together, scanning the forest. The woods had gone unnervingly quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Come on, let's go," Lily said, her voice barely above a whisper. We started back the way we came, walking quickly but trying not to panic. Every so often I'd hear the crack of a twig or the rustle of leaves, and I would glance back to see nothing. After what felt like ages, we realized we weren't on the same path that we'd taken earlier. "Are we lost?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "The path should be right here," Lily insisted, looking around frantically. We pulled out the map, but it was useless. We had no idea where we were. And better yet, our phones had no signal, and the GPS wasn't working well under the thick canopy. "Okay, let's stay calm," I said. "We can retrace our steps." Just then, a low growl came through the trees. This time, we both heard it. I remember Lily joking, asking if that was my stomach, but she sounded terrified. We started to move faster, the growling growing louder and closer. Suddenly, Lily screamed, and I spun around to see this massive animal emerge from the shadows. It looked like a wolf, but far too large, with matted fur and glowing yellow eyes. Its snout was longer than a wolf's too, and saliva dripped from its bared fangs. "Run!" I shouted. We sprinted through the trees, branches whipping against our faces. I could hear it behind us, crashing through the underbrush. My lungs burned, but adrenaline pushed me forward. Out of nowhere, Lily tripped over a root and went sprawling. I skidded to a halt and rushed back to help her up. "Come on," I urged, pulling her to her feet. That thing was closing in on us, snarling. In a blind panic, we veered off to the left, spotting a rocky incline ahead. We scrambled up the rocks, hoping that the creature couldn't follow us. Reaching the top, we found ourselves on another trail, a real one this time, with signs and markers. Relief washed over me. "Look," I pointed to a sign indicating the way back to the village. But before we could celebrate, the beast appeared at the bottom of the incline, staring up at us with those malevolent eyes. It let out a howl that echoed through the mountains. "Go!" Lily yelled. We raced down the trail, the creature now out of sight, but the fear propelling us forward. After running non-stop for what felt like miles, we burst out of the forest and fell onto a road where a small van was parked. An older man was loading crates into the back. He looked up, startled to see two disheveled girls sprinting towards him. "Please help us," I gasped. He took one look at us and gestured for us to get into the van. Without hesitation, we jumped in, and he sped off toward the village. "What happened?" he asked in broken English. Something Some kind of animal chased us," Lily explained between breaths. He nodded grimly. "La bête," the beast. "You know about it?" I asked. He didn't answer me, but that alone was answer enough. "Back in Meroes, we went straight to the inn." Jacques took one look at us and shook his head. "You went off the trails, didn't you?" he said, not unkindly. "We're sorry," I apologized. "But we saw something out there, something that shouldn't exist." Jacques sighed. "The legend is not just a story. Many here have seen it." "Why doesn't anyone do something about it?" Lily demanded. He shrugged. "What can we do? It's a curse that has plagued this region for centuries." That night we stayed in our room, doors locked and windows shuttered. Neither of us slept much. The next morning, we decided to cut our trip short and head back to Paris. As we were leaving, Jacques handed us a small pendant with an intricate design. "What's this?" "A protective charm for your safety." We thanked him and left, eager to put distance between us and whatever lurked in those woods. Back in Paris, amidst the bustle of the city, the whole experience felt surreal. But the nightmares that followed reminded me that it was, in fact, real. I still have dreams on occasion of those yellow eyes and that haunting growl. Lily and I don't talk about it much. When people do ask about our trip, we stick to the highlights. The Eiffel Tower, the cafes, the art museums. No one would believe our encounter anyway. But I do wonder now, what else is out there in the hidden corners of the world? What other things exist that people simply are too afraid to talk about? And I still can't shake the feeling that we were lucky enough to make it out of Gévaudan alive. Small Town Mysteries. From Fern 2. I'm Russian with Romanian and German heritage. From the ages of 1 through 12, I lived in Russia with my mom and stepdad. When I was 5 or 6, my mom was single and overworked, so she sent me off to a small town in the middle of nowhere to live with my grandmother, who was more than happy to take me in. For the first few months of my visit, everything was going well. My grandmother found a daycare in town for me, and I even made a few friends there. Meanwhile, she had a job at a school for disabled kids. The day was like any other, a foggy morning with damp air and gray skies. My grandmother woke me up at around 9 a.m. to take me to the daycare. What happened most of the day is irrelevant. At roughly 3 p.m., though, a storm started to brew, rain pattering on the roof of the small building, and the occasional lightning and thunder leaving the kids slightly frightened. Eventually, the storm got a bit intense. The wind picked up speed and the rain tapped more aggressively. I'd always been a brave, or maybe a stupid, kid. So while the others hovered under tables or other objects, I asked one of the supervisors to tell me ghost stories. I thought it was the perfect time as the power had gone out, and all we had to light up the room were cheap lanterns and candles. The supervisor simply sighed. While the other supervisors were trying to get the power back on, she gathered a small crowd of kids like me and began to tell stories. As you could imagine, they were just regular stories to scare kids. Stories of kind ghosts or things in the forest. I don't recall much of what happened in them. However, one of the stories stuck out from the rest. It was about a lone hiker going on a long hike and stumbling into our village and into our woods. Coming out later, dazed and babbling about weird creatures in the pond and giant dogs. This story was particularly creepy because of the way she told it, as if it was from eyewitness memory and not simply a story. Her eyes went all distant as she recounted it. The other kids huddled together as another flash of lightning struck nearby, lighting up the area for a short moment. I looked out the window and before I continue, I'd like to say the forest was a few miles from the daycare, surrounding it from right to left in all directions except one. Anyway, I looked out the window and my eyes widened. It causes me physical pain to describe it accurately, but I'll try my best. But that day, I swear I saw this kind of creature. Tall, and I mean too tall, unlike anything in nature that my child eyes had ever seen before. It looked like a terrifying mix of werewolf and deer, except instead of eyes, there were only gaping holes. For a second, I stared at it, and if it had eyes, I think it would be staring at me too. Just as I was about to point it out, it disappeared. Paralyzed by fear, I just stared out the window, unable to move, and eventually forcing myself to speak. I turned to the supervisor, and I said, "Miss K, that story about the hiker, what kind of big dog did he see? You mean like a husky or something?" Miss K paled as I asked her the question. Her voice dropped to a raspy whisper. "Don't ask questions, dear. It doesn't like people poking around," she replied, looking out the window for a split second before shuddering. The other kids had left already and returned to their normal spots, playing with dolls or cars. The other adults had gotten the power back on, and everything seemed okay. A few hours later, my grandmother came to pick me up, and we drove home together. She made tea, and we sat down to eat some cookies. Determined to find out what I'd really seen, I said something. "Granny, have you ever heard of a hiker in our town?" I asked, taking a sip of my tea as I awaited an answer. My grandmother simply nodded. "Ah, yes, back when I was young and beautiful, I used to work as a bartender in our local club. Truth be told, many strange people came through there, but one man caught my attention. An outsider with not much knowledge of Russian came by. He sat down in front of me and ordered wine. I brought him a glass. He looked bothered by something, so I asked about it. He clutched my hands in his own in a shaky grasp and started to babble about large dogs with no eyes. I figured he had lost his mind, or I'd misunderstood, as his Russian wasn't very great. That was a strange day for sure, she explained, calmly sipping her tea. I was shocked. I looked out the window again, almost sensing something out there looking back at me. Several years later, around my 10th birthday, a few of my friends from school and I decided to have a birthday camping trip. I'd always liked the outdoors, and having company was even better than camping alone. When my grandmother gave her approval, we started to plan. On the day, my two friends, Lucy and Emily, and I went out into the wilderness, in that same forest near my former daycare, in fact. We hiked for a bit, picking flowers and climbing trees. Eventually, the sun started to set, so we found ourselves a small clearing and set up camp. We'd packed one big tent for the three of us to share and soon set that up. As darkness approached, we started to cook some food over a makeshift fire, telling jokes and gossiping about boys. When the last traces of daylight exited the sky, I felt a sudden chilling feeling, like I was being watched. I looked around, only to find nothing out of place. I urged Emily and Lucy to go back into the tent. They agreed, but laughed it off as me being a scaredy cat. We extinguished the fire and set up our sleeping bags in the tent, zipping it up and lying down. About an hour later, I heard a howling-like sound, except this one didn't sound natural. It was like a howl and a scream, but the screaming half was more human than animal. I shook Emily awake, as Lucy was pretty dense and wouldn't believe me. "Emmy, did you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded. "I do, but what is it?" she replied, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. "Maybe just a wolf," I offered hopefully.
only to have her shut me down. "Wolves don't scream like little girls," she said, firmly before freezing, her shaking hand pointing at the tent wall behind me. I turned around to look, and what I saw made me bite my lip to keep myself from screaming. There was a shadow on the wall, very similar to the creature I saw back at the daycare. The howl screaming was coming from just outside. Neither Emily nor I slept at all that night. By the time dawn arrived, we were scared to death and itching to leave. We woke Lucy up and packed up our things, running out of the woods and never coming back. From then on, I used to have these migraines where I would hear the howl screaming. I would have dreams about that creature staring at me with those gaping holes for eyes. Eventually, I left that village, moving all the way to Canada, where I now reside. The memories of that night and my childhood experience still haunt me, even on my way out of college. Strigoii, or something else. From Eldin Creature 1991. I'm an anthropology student, or I was back then. I had this brilliant idea to spend a summer exploring some of the more off-the-beaten-path areas I could find, looking for remnants of old folklore and traditions. A romantic notion, right? A young American girl wandering through the countryside collecting quaint stories from picturesque villages. Yeah. I'd been making my way through Romania for about 2 weeks. It was late June, hot as heck during the day, but the nights could still get pretty chilly. I'd just left Brasov and was heading towards some smaller villages in the Carpathian Mountains. My plan was to spend a few days in each place, talk to the locals, maybe record some of their stories if they'd let me. The trouble started in this tiny village. I won't say the name of it out of respect for the people there. It was the kind of place, though, that probably hadn't changed much in the last century. No more than a few dozen houses, a small church, and a single store that seemed to sell everything from bread to farm tools. The locals were polite but reserved, eyeing me with a mix of curiosity and wariness. I managed to rent a room in one of the houses on the outskirts of the village. The old woman who owned it didn't speak much English, but between my broken Romanian and a lot of gesturing, we worked it out. The room was small and sparse, just a bed, a chair, and a rickety old wardrobe. But it had a window that looked out over the forest behind the house, and I remember thinking how beautiful it was, all those trees stretching out into the dark. That very first night, I was awakened by a sound. It was faint, but definitely there, like nails gently scraping against glass. I sat up, heart pounding, and looked at the window. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A face, maybe? But pale, too pale, with eyes that reflected the moonlight like a cat's. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was just a dream, or maybe an owl or some other nocturnal animal. Even so, I didn't sleep much after that. The following day, I tried to ask the locals about folklore relating to creatures of the forest. Most of them clammed up as soon as I broached the subject. But one old man, after a few glasses of homemade plum brandy, started to tell me about the Strigoii. Now, I'd read about Strigoii in my research. They're a kind of Romanian vampire ghost hybrid. Spirits of the dead that can become corporeal. But the way this old man talked about them, he wasn't really recounting a fairy tale. There was real fear in his voice. He told me that Strigoii were drawn to the living, especially outsiders, that they would watch from the forest, waiting for an invitation to enter someone's home. "They cannot come in unless invited," he said, tapping the side of his nose knowingly. "But they are clever. They can trick you." I nodded and thanked him for the story. I went back to my room and laughed it off. But that night, the scratching came again.
This time I was sure that I wasn't dreaming. It was real, and it was coming from the window. I didn't look. I couldn't bring myself to. I just lay there, frozen, listening to that gentle scraping sound. It went on for what felt like hours, and all the while, I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. And not just watched, studied. Like whatever was out there was trying to figure out how to get into me. Just before dawn, I heard a voice. Soft, barely a whisper, but clear as day.
Let me in. I'm so cold out here.
I'd like to say I was brave. That I got up, threw open the curtains, and confronted whatever was out there. But the truth is, I was terrified. I buried my head under the pillow and prayed for morning to come. When the sun finally rose, I packed my bags and left. I didn't even say goodbye to the old woman who owned the house. I just left some money on the table and practically ran to the nearest bus stop. I spent the rest of my trip in cities, surrounded by people and electric lights. I told myself I'd imagined the whole thing. It was just stress or an overactive imagination, brought on by all the folklore discussion and legends I'd been studying. But to this very day, I still remember that voice, and it's clear as day. I keep my curtains closed now. A Simple Drive Home, from Comrade Cain. Unfortunately, or I should say, fortunately, this story is short. It was about 4 years ago. I'll keep the location vague for the sake of anonymity, but I will say it was in the northern half of Louisiana. I've lived here pretty much my whole life, and the few things I've ever experienced before this were at my father's house in Texas when I was younger, but that can be its own story. Anyway, I lived in an apartment complex about 30 to 40 minutes from where I worked. I was part of the evening shift at my job at the time. I would have to drive down a long, mostly empty road heading towards my home. This would last about 10 minutes before I had to head down a smaller, more rural suburban area. This is where it happened. It was probably a little past 11 or maybe even midnight, the usual time I got off for where I used to work. I was just driving, listening to either music or a podcast. I don't remember which. I was just really tired from work. I was relaxing and driving when my headlights illuminated something off to my right in the ditch along the road. I only saw it for a few seconds, but I swear this pale creature, probably about 6 feet long, if not more, was sprawled out on the ground, crawling up out of the ditch, flat on its stomach. I only caught a glimpse, but I sometimes remember it having 6 limbs, other times 4. As I said, I was trying to pay more attention to the road, not expecting something like this. Either way, it startled me. I remember vividly seeing movement as I passed by, like it had crawled out of the drainage pipe and was about to head into the yard of the house I was passing. One of its long, thin, and lanky limbs reached up to place its right hand to pull itself up further. I passed it fast and did a double take, questioning what I'd seen. My mind was wondering if what I saw was real, or was I just tired, my mind playing tricks on me. Either way, I was not dumb enough to think about turning around to check it out. All the way back home, I kept driving and told myself it was just the weird way my headlights were making shadows on the rocks in the ditch. I even tried to recreate this effect for days, trying multiple ideas to recreate that effect, but never once did. Never did the shadows ever look the same as what I'd seen that night. Even trying to look out of the corner of my eyes, nothing. I asked my coworkers the following days if they'd ever seen anything like what I described, but to my dismay, they brushed it off.
joking and asking, "Did you also see Bigfoot too?" I wish I could say I saw it again, but I didn't. But honestly, I'm glad. It means I can keep telling myself it had nothing to do with anything but my imagination. Even so, a small part of my mind says otherwise. The best description I have for what I saw that night are those things I've heard of about crawlers. Heck, I even started to follow groups online that talk about sightings like that now. I've told a few people about this. Most folks brush it off. To be honest, I still hope it was nothing more than my headlights and shadows. But you can never be too sure. If it really is out there, please never let me see you again. Ever. Sighting of the Bear Man. From Leahbeah. My family loves the outdoors. We take every chance we get to enjoy a nice weekend. Often we take family trips to go hiking and camping out. Not too long ago, my dad and I decided to plan a hike. We wanted to hike in an area that we weren't familiar with. I thought it would be a great change of pace. I did some research online and located a trail with a campsite that was rated as an intermediate hike, with a camping spot near the top of a mountain. We would have to bring our camping gear with us up the mountain. The morning of the trip, we woke up at 5 a.m. We organized our camping gear in the car and started the journey. The weather was perfect. We had no trouble finding the parking area to the hiking trail, and we got our packs set up. My dad and I had a great time hiking up the mountain. The wildlife and plant life were abundant, perhaps even a little overgrown along the path. At the top of the mountain, there was a gorgeous view. Down the trail about a mile was where the camping area was set up, near a flowing river. It appeared that we had the place all to ourselves, too. My dad and I enjoyed the peacefulness of the flowing water and the solitude. The sun was starting to set. At that point, we had just made dinner and were leaning back in our chairs when we heard a strange noise through the woods. It sounded like a bullhorn going off in the distance. My dad heard it too. We both looked at each other, thinking, what the heck? I thought maybe it was another hiker trying to scare some animal off, or calling to their group. But we hadn't seen another car in the parking area. We both continued to sit in our lounge chairs, looking around. We'd run into some strange things while camping before. My dad is never quick to panic, so we shrugged off the noise. A few minutes later, the sound of crunching footsteps on the forest floor echoed through the woods. The footsteps quickened pace. The running sound seemed to be getting faster and closer to our campsite. The realization hit us. Someone, or maybe a bear, was running up to our camp and fast. We jumped out of our seats, rushing to grab the knives hooked to our belts. Something appeared from the woodline across the camping area and paused. We ducked behind our tents. I took out my binoculars to get a better look, since whatever it was seemed to blend in pretty well. I zoned in, and what I saw was a man standing there, a bullhorn at his side, and over his face he wore the head of a bear. The rest of the fur cascaded around his body. I was definitely creeped out. He was staring right in our direction. I felt our eyes lock onto each other. "I don't like the look of this, Dad," I whispered. "All right, we're going to start running back down the trail. The only thing we can do is get to the parking lot as fast as we can," he replied. We prepared ourselves, then took off running from behind the tents. It was a good thing we were heading downhill, I thought to myself. Then, the thud of footsteps behind me caused alarm bells to go off in my head. With my dad in front of me, the bear man was chasing us. Panic set in. I ended up tripping over a tree root, busting my knees and hand. I picked myself up so quickly, it was like nothing had happened. Thank God for adrenaline. I didn't hear any more thudding footsteps behind us.
but we continued to run down the rest of the trail. We saw a break in the trees exposing the parking lot. We both leapt into the car. My dad sped off, kicking up dirt and small rocks along the way. A few miles down the road, I realized we'd left all our camping gear behind on the mountain. This made me angry. I said to my dad, "That prick made us leave all our gear behind." My dad replied, "Camping gear is replaceable, but you and I are not. We don't know the intentions of that man." It seems to be the common assumption that he was just a hermit, and we had intruded into his territory. My sister, on the other hand, believes that maybe he was a spirit showing his presence. Either way, I now carry a gun with me whenever I go camping. You never know who you'll run into. Eerie Happening in the Scottish Highlands, from Fan of the Spooks. I am American and I've got some Scottish heritage, so I'd always wanted to explore the Highlands. So I spent some time making my way north from Edinburgh, staying in hostels and small B&Bs along the way. By the time I reached the Northern Highlands, I was feeling pretty confident in my hiking abilities. I'd done some challenging trails and even wild camped a few times. So when I heard about this remote trail that wasn't on most tourist maps, I thought, why not? It was supposed to lead to this hidden loch that was supposedly one of the most beautiful spots in all of Scotland. The trailhead was near this tiny village. Honestly, it was more like a handful of houses clustered around a pub. I stopped in for a meal before heading out, figuring I'd stock up on some energy for the hike. The pub was one of those old cozy places, with a low ceiling and a fire crackling in the corner. It was pretty empty when I went in. Just a couple of old-timers nursing pints at the bar. I ordered some food and got to chatting with the bartender, telling him about my plans to hike out to the loch. The change in atmosphere was noticeable. The bartender got this weird look on his face. He tried to play it off, said something about the weather being unpredictable this time of year, but I could tell there was more to it. I pressed a bit, asking if there was something I should know about the trail. That's when one of the old-timers spoke up, apparently overhearing my conversation so far. "You don't want to be going out there, lad," he said. "That place is not right." I laughed at first, thinking they were just trying to scare the tourist. But that old man was dead serious. He told me that people had gone missing on that trail over the years. Not many, and not often, but enough to make the locals wary. "There's something out there," he said, his voice low. "Something old, something that doesn't like visitors." Now, I'm not usually one for superstition, but the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. Still, I figured they were just being overprotective. I thanked them for the warning, but said I was still planning to go. The bartender sighed and said, "If you must go, at least take this." He handed me a small, smooth stone with some kind of symbol carved onto it. "Old protection," he said. "Can't hurt." I pocketed the stone. More to be polite than anything else, finished my meal and headed out. The trail started off easy enough, winding through some beautiful pine forests. But as I got further in, things started to change. The trees got older, for instance, all thick and overgrown. The undergrowth thickened too, making the trail harder to follow and go through. And before long, there was this smell, kind of a musty and sweet smell at the same time, like rotting flowers. It wasn't strong, but it was persistent. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I realized I should have reached the loch by now. I checked my map, but I definitely made a wrong turn somewhere. I wasn't seeing any of the landmarks I was supposed to be seeing. I tried to backtrack, but didn't locate anything familiar. Now, get this. As I was walking, the forest was filled with the sounds of nature, and literally, the next single step I took, the moment my foot hit the ground, everything fell silent. That was extremely disturbing. Not too long after, that smell got stronger. I was kind of freaked out. I decided to set up camp for the night right there, and I would get my bearings in the morning. I found a nice open space and got my tent set up just as it was getting dark. That night, I still have nightmares about it. I woke up because I was hearing a whispering sound. At first, I thought it was wind through the trees, but it kept getting clearer until I could hear words that I couldn't clearly make out yet. But it was very obviously multiple voices talking over each other, and they seemed to be getting closer. I double-checked my tent, making sure the zipper was all the way up. I told myself to calm down, that it's nothing out of the ordinary. I then saw shadows on the tent wall, thanks to it being a clear night with a bright moon. Something was moving around out there, and the shapes they cast were wrong. Very tall, very thin, moving in ways that nothing should. I was paralyzed then, just frozen there left to watch. The whispers grew louder, and I could smell that sickly sweet odor right outside the tent. Then something brushed up against the side. I had to bite my lip to keep me from screaming. This went on for a few hours. Sometimes the shadows would retreat, and I would think it was over, but then they'd come back even closer than before. By the time dawn finally came, I was a wreck. As soon as there was enough light out, I packed up my things and started hiking again. This time, I didn't care which direction. I just wanted out. But no matter how far I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Around late afternoon, I could hear running water. I pushed through some bushes and found myself on the shore of a loch. But this wasn't the beautiful, peaceful place I'd been told about. The water here was dark, almost black, and there was a very thick mist hanging over it. The trees around the shore were twisted and wrong, their branches reaching out over the water like grasping fingers. And there were stones, standing stones forming a rough circle near the water's edge. They were covered in markings similar to the one on the stone the bartender had given me. As I looked at them, I felt a pressure building in my head, like right before a migraine. I suddenly saw ripples forming on the water's surface. Something was moving around out there, something big, something coming my way. Before I saw it emerged, I noped out of there. I don't remember much of what happened next, just crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, that sickly sweet smell all around me. I could hear something moving through the woods behind me too, I swear, but I didn't dare look back. Thank heavens I found my way out somehow. Everything was really just a blur. By the time I came out, I was scratched up and babbling about monsters in the loch. The locals didn't seem surprised. I went back to my hostel, got cleaned up, drank some strong tea. When I finally settled myself down, I went back to that pub to return the stone. When I tried to give it to the old man, he shook his head. "Keep it," he said. "You might need it again someday." I left the Highlands the next day, taking some new lifelong memories and scars with me. A hellhound saved my life. From Ash 124. When I was around 6 to 7 years old, I lived out in the Iowa countryside. We had a small farm with 2 horses and some chickens. For some background, from the right of the property to the left, there was the house, a small shed, horses and chicken coop all inside the pasture, then a mid-size overlook/cliff into the rest of the pasture. In the pasture next to that cliff was a scary mini forest. None of the animals would pass through that forest. There was one large pure white tree in the middle, and bones littering the ground. My sister and I were terrified of it. This is where I think
the Hellhound came from. This story pertains to the cliff right next to it. A tree had fallen from the forest onto that cliff, semi-overhanging the cliff itself. It was a dumping area for construction workers, so it had a lot of cement and rods sticking up in it. This was an illegal operation that even my dad didn't know about. The previous owner was the one to give them the okay to do this. He got it straightened out with the law, but they never cleaned up the mess. My dad had told me to stay off the fallen tree because it was not safe due to slippery bark. After he went home, little old intelligent me decided to climb it anyway because I apparently knew better and wanted to see the view. Well, I got pretty far out onto the tree before slipping and falling off. I hit the ground towards the bottom of the cliff. I was small, so I'm not sure how long the fall was. It was long enough for me to fall on my side and use my hand to protect my head from landing on the cement. I remember only seeing the ground for a second before I hit it and passed out. The next thing I remember is feeling something strange. Heat and what felt like wiry fur on the back of my neck. But I was only conscious for a few seconds. The next thing I knew, I wake up around what I believe to be 2 hours later. I opened my eyes. I was on the top of the cliff again. In fact, I was some distance away from it. My head was pounding. I tried to wipe the blood from my eyes. Within a split second, I saw what I believed to be some kind of angel. Short white hair, one yellow eye, one blue, and possibly wearing Greek-like robes. One blink, and it was gone. Then I got up. I could hardly stand because my head hurt and I was so dizzy. I fell over a few times before making it back home. My mom and dad fought about taking me to the hospital. They wound up not taking me. After a few days, I recovered, mostly. But here's the strange part. I'd wanted to wear my favorite green tractor shirt to school, the same one I wore the day I was dragged, and it looked like a canine muzzle had bitten into it. The teeth in the bite were strange, 3 rows of different sized teeth, and inside of the bite, it was dry, like it had been burned, but without the black soot. I then looked at the mirror before leaving my house and saw a cut across my forehead. When I got back home, I went to investigate the scene of the crime. There was a blood pool where I landed that was dried up, and 4 drag marks in the dirt coming up the cliff with no paw prints, just imprints of my hands and my feet. Jenna's story, from Daymon S. A girlfriend of mine whom I was dating for several years back in the early 2000s told me about this bizarre occurrence. To better understand the reason that I wholeheartedly believe the details of the story as she remembered it, and to emphasize the fact that there is virtually no possibility of a logical explanation of what occurred, I need to explain a bit about my ex-girlfriend. She was 20 years old at the time. I was 22. I'm now 47 as of 2024. My girlfriend's name was Jenna. She was extremely sweet and a little naive, endearingly so. Now, some facts about Jenna and her character are that Jenna has never experienced or been diagnosed with any mental illness, never suffered from any hallucinations, before or after the events of the story. On the rare occasions that she attempted to lie or to exaggerate a story, it was always obvious, and she was a very bad liar. I knew Jenna well enough at the time that I was able to determine if she was even slightly embellishing something for dramatic effect. She really didn't have a duplicitous bone in her body. I've shared this story, she told me, with later girlfriends, acquaintances, my friends, and family, and also while donating a small portion of my precious time on Earth during a short stint in prison. I would recount this to a small group of my fellow inmates, gathering around my bunk in the evening. They all got the chills, and many were completely freaked out, knowing that I was not bullcrapping them.
As best I can recall the incident, just as it was told to me, while making a conscious attempt to not exaggerate the details. It was the early 2000s, and I was living in Central California, in the San Joaquin Valley, which is near Bakersfield. Specifically, I grew up in a town between Fresno and Bakersfield. Jenna and I were dating, and by the time she had relayed the story to me, we had been together for quite a while. I was well acquainted with her idiosyncrasies and her inability to lie or stretch the truth convincingly. On the day this took place, Jenna was driving to her aunt and female cousin's apartment in town. I think she was just going to visit the cousin, who was approximately the same age as Jenna, and the two were quite close, having grown up together. In this apartment, her aunt and her female cousin, whose name was Stacy, lived there alone. Stacy's father had been out of the picture, apparently, for quite a long time. Sadly, a common scenario. Jenna's closeness with her family afforded her pretty much unrestricted access to all her immediate family's homes and apartments. She also had spare keys for most of them. She was welcome to come and go, for the most part, as she pleased. This also included unannounced visits. I honestly can't remember specifically if we had cell phones back then for normal use, being what we would refer to as poor white trash, and I mean that by financially disadvantaged, not from the shallow gene pool aspect. Anyhow, the point was Jenna would not have to call Stacy to announce her visit. She just came with no advance notice, driving right up to their apartment that afternoon. The apartment complex was 2 floors with a dirt patch in the front near the street that could be parked on. But the tenants' parking was in the rear of the building, with all the front doors facing the street. These apartments had one entrance and no access out the back. There was one large window in the front of each apartment, with none in the back or sides. This complex was not in the best of places, but her aunt and Stacy both had rooms of their own. Jenna parked at the front, with no reason to believe that her family members weren't home, even though she couldn't see them from where she parked. So she did as she normally did, heading upstairs 1 flight, walking 3 apartments down the open breezeway to her aunt and cousin's door. She tried the doorknob, and finding it locked, used her key to open the door without knocking. She stepped inside. She didn't see her aunt or cousin right away, so she walked from the front door to her left and looked inside the small kitchen area. No one was there either. So she called out, "Hey guys, it's me." Getting no reply, Jenna then began walking down the short hallway, which led to the 2 bedrooms in the back of the small apartment. The first room was to her right. It was her aunt's room. She glanced in there but saw no one. She called out again, "Hey Stace, it's Jen." After this also failed to receive a response, Jenna headed further down the hallway. When she told me this story, Jenna recalled that she was fairly convinced that no one was home by that point. After all, it would be nearly impossible not to have heard her. From her vantage point in the hallway, the 1 bathroom at the end was vacant, and most of the lights in the place were turned off, all save for Stacy's room. It had a single light, faintly illuminating the hallway. Jenna then walked a few steps towards her cousin's doorway, then turned to look inside. To her left were her cousin's dresser drawers. Directly in front of her was her cousin Stacy's bed, and there was Stacy sitting on it. She was upright, but completely motionless, just sitting there at the edge of the small mattress, facing away from Jenna. Jenna was surprised. She assumed that if there really was nothing wrong, her cousin would have replied earlier when she had announced herself. So she spoke. "Hey, Stace, what's up, girl? Are you okay?" Her cousin, still sitting on the mattress's edge, made no movement in response that would indicate she was aware that Jenna had said anything to her, or even aware of Jenna's presence at the doorway to her room. Now becoming increasingly concerned about her cousin, Jenna began moving further into the room near the bed. She was confused by Stacy's strange behavior and imagined all the worst-case scenarios spinning in her mind that could explain Stacy's rigid, unmoving posture. At that moment, as she neared the end of Stacy's bed, her aunt's voice came from the living room area, as well as the familiar sounds of the front door opening and what was most likely someone with arms full of grocery bags shuffling into the kitchen. But then there was a second voice. Her aunt was talking to someone cheerfully. She recognized that second voice immediately. It was Stacy, whose bed she was now facing away from. As she listened to the commotion in the kitchen, Jenna was now in a semi-state of shock and confusion. She was trying hard to rationalize and make sense of all the contradicting sensory input. Finding her voice, Jenna softly called down the hallway. Auntie, it's Jen. I just stopped by to, She paused mid-sentence, trailing off. A cold dread washed over her as she slowly turned back toward Stacy's room. To her horror, the figure on the bed had turned its head, but in this unnatural way, without moving its shoulders or lower body at all. What should have been there, the familiar face of her cousin, was gone, replaced by a grotesque visage that stared back at her. Skin gray like campfire ash, sharp angles where there should have been curves, with an emotionless gaze and a mouth with no discernible lips or expression. Its black eyes were deep-set in dark pits and devoid of life, not angry but slightly squinting, reflecting the image of herself in them as she stood there in front of it. Jenna screamed then, the sound ripping through the little apartment as she bolted down the hallway, bursting into the kitchen where her aunt and Stacy were unpacking groceries. "There's someone in Stacy's room!" Her words tumbled out in a frantic jumble. Her aunt and cousin looked at each other and then back at Jenna. "What are you talking about, Jenna?" Stacy asked, likely confused that her cousin had just emerged from the back of their apartment. "We only just got back a minute ago." Jenna grabbed her cousin's arm frantically. "No, there's another Stacy. She's not right. She's in your room." The three cautiously returned to Stacy's room. Jenna, still shaking, hesitated to even look inside. But the room was now empty. A chill ran down Jenna's spine. The demon-like entity that defied logical description, so horrifying that her mind felt unhinged as it struggled to process it, was now gone. But she knew what she had seen. It wasn't a hallucination, not a trick of the light. It was something else entirely, something evil that had worn her cousin's face like a mask. The only sign of recent occupancy of the bed was the faint indentation on the mattress where the thing had been sitting. Jenna's aunt and cousin searched the apartment, their voices hushed in the sudden silence. But there was no trace of her cousin's doppelganger, no back windows to escape through, no hidden doors or exits, no access panels, service hatches, or attic space. No possible explanation for its sudden disappearance. She never went to her aunt and cousin's apartment after this. I can't recall her telling me if they, her aunt and Stacy, even stayed much longer there after that. I believe the events of that day left a scar on Jenna's soul, a terrifying reminder that the world held mysteries darker than she had ever imagined. She never could quite shake the feeling she had glimpsed something truly evil, a creature that could mimic human form, but possessed a dark energy as cold and empty as the void. Why I Hate Birds at Night. From CYDRIEX. This happened when I was still a debt collector for a motorcycle company. I was assigned to a remote area, but this time it was a town frequented by tourists. Every day I woke up at 5 a.m. and drove for 3 hours to reach the town where our branch was located. My routine was always the same. I visited clients, collected payments, reminded them of due dates, and handed over the money I collected to the office. I hated being in that branch, mostly because the cashier always took his sweet time with his paperwork, causing me to drive home late at night. Riding a motorcycle late at night isn't something anyone enjoys. Besides the bugs flying into your face, you often get blinded by motorists with unnecessarily bright headlights. One day I had to go home late again because the cashier had gone out with a friend, leaving his job unfinished, as usual. I hated him every time he did that. After he finally returned and finished his work, he handed me the money I needed to bring to the main office. It was already 9 p.m. I cursed under my breath as I started the long drive home. While driving along the pitch-dark winding road, my headlights suddenly flickered. "Ah, crap, not now," I muttered. I stopped for a moment, tapping the headlight, and thankfully, it stopped flickering. I continued driving, but as I navigated the dark road, I felt something swoop overhead. I looked up but didn't see anything. Just before I reached a sharp bend, something swooped down again, hitting my helmet and knocking me off. And at the same time, my headlight went out. I slid and crashed on the side of the road. The darkness was so thick I could barely see a thing. I stood up, dusting myself off, and sitting behind a tree. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the night. Thanks to the moonlight, I was able to see my motorcycle. But before I could move towards it, a large bird suddenly landed beside it. The bird was massive, about as big as me. It hopped around my motorcycle. I noticed that my helmet wasn't far from where I'd crashed. I stayed hidden behind the tree, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. What kind of bird grows that big and flies after dark? It wasn't like any bird I'd ever seen. It had a head like a turkey, and its feathers were as black as the night itself. As it neared my helmet, my jaw dropped. It reached out to my helmet, not with its feet or beak, but with what appeared to be a hand that came out from under its wing. I watched in terror as it picked up my helmet, only to drop it when it heard a car approaching. The bird flew away just before the car passed by. I took the opportunity to run to my motorcycle. I started it up, relieved that the light worked again, and rushed away, leaving my helmet behind. In a panic, I kept looking around, scared the bird would swoop down on me again. When I reached the main office, I handed over the money to the manager, who was standing outside the dormitories. He asked why I looked so dirty, and why I wasn't wearing my helmet. I lied and told him it fell off and I lost it. Before heading home, I spoke with the manager, requesting that he audit the branch I was assigned to make sure the cashier finished his work on time. I couldn't stand going home late every night. Thankfully, the manager agreed, and from there on out, I was able to leave at 5 p.m., avoiding any more late-night drives. Even so, I knew that I needed to get out of this job soon, but I hoped nothing bad would happen before I could finally make my escape. Willow Creek Whisperer, from GregoryHorrorShowFan. I've been holding on to this story for some time, and to be honest, I'm still not sure about sharing it. But after listening to this podcast, it all came flooding back, and I feel like I need to get it off my chest. Maybe that will help me make sense of what happened all those years ago in Willow Creek. As a quick note, this town isn't actually called Willow Creek, but for the sake of privacy and anonymity, I'm going to call it that. For context, I grew up in a small town in northern Michigan, right on the edge of a vast stretch of wilderness. Willow Creek wasn't much more than a collection of houses, a general store, and a small elementary school back then, surrounded by dense forests and winding streams. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and kids had free rein to explore the woods as long as we were home by dinner. I was 10 years old when it all started, in the summer of 1995. My best friend back then was a girl named Sarah, who lived just down the road from me. We spent most of our days building forts in the woods, catching frogs in the creek, making up elaborate fantasy worlds. It was a scorching hot day in July when we decided to venture further into the woods than we'd ever gone before. We packed up some sandwiches and juice boxes, feeling like real explorers as we set off down an overgrown trail which led away from the creek. We must have walked for a couple of hours, the forest growing denser and darker. I remember feeling a bit uneasy, like we'd crossed some invisible boundary into a place that we were not supposed to be. I assumed it was the feeling a child gets when they travel too far. But Sarah was fearless, always pushing us to go just a little bit further. We were about to turn back when we stumbled upon something. An old, large, gnarled willow tree. Its branches drooped so low, they almost touched the ground. There was something off about it, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. The air felt heavier there, and it was eerily quiet. No birds singing, no insects buzzing. Sarah, always the brave one, walked right up to the tree and ducked under its curtain of leaves. I hesitated, a strange sense of dread creeping over me. "Come on, Alex," Sarah called from inside the tree. "It's so cool in here." I took a deep breath and followed her in. The space under the willow was dim and cool, a welcome relief from the summer heat. Sarah was right. It was pretty magical in there, like we had discovered our own secret hideout. We were about to start planning all the adventures we'd have in our new fort when we heard it. A soft whispering voice coming from somewhere above us.
"Come play."
We froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. The voice didn't sound like anyone we knew, and it had a strange echoing quality to it. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, heart pounding. "Might have been the wind," I suggested, not believing it myself. The voice came once more, louder than the first time.
"I'm lonely. Climb up here. Keep me company."
Sarah, curious, started to look up into the branches. "Do you see anyone?" she asked. I scanned the tangle of branches and leaves above us, but I saw nothing. "We should go," I said, tugging on Sarah's arm. "This is creepy." For once, Sarah didn't argue. We ducked back out from under the willow and started to speed walk back the way we'd came. As we left the clearing, I swear I heard a faint, disappointed sigh rustling through the leaves behind us. We didn't talk much on the way home. Both of us were trying to process what happened. By the time we got back to our neighborhood, we'd halfway convinced ourselves we'd imagined the whole thing. But that was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, we heard more stories from other kids in town. Jenny Parker swore she'd heard someone calling her name when she was picking berries near the edge of the woods, but when she looked around, no one was there. The Thompson twins said they saw a strange, shadowy figure darting between trees when they were camping in the backyard. Each story was a little different, but they all had one thing in common. A voice that sounded almost, but not quite, human. Adults dismissed it as kids' overactive imaginations, of course, but we knew better. We started to call the thing the Whisperer. This thing that lurked in the woods and tried to lure kids away. It became our local boogeyman, the story we'd whisper to each other at sleepovers to see who would get scared first. I didn't have another encounter with it that summer, but Sarah did. She showed up at my house one evening, pale and shaking. She said she'd been walking home from the library when she heard someone calling her from the woods. It sounded like her mom at first, telling her to come quick, that there had been an accident. Sarah began to run towards the voice when she realized her mom was working late that night and could not possibly be in the woods. It wasn't her voice anymore when I stopped,
Sarah told me. Her eyes grew wide with fear.
It got all distorted and angry. It said it would get me next time.
I wanted to believe Sarah was just trying to mess with me, but I had never seen her so scared before. We made a pact that day to never go back in the woods alone. As summer turned to fall, the encounters seemed to die down. We started to relax a little, thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. But then, in early October, everything changed. It was a crisp Saturday morning, and the news spread through town like wildfire. Billy Hutchins, a 7-year-old who lived on the outskirts of Willow Creek, had vanished from his backyard the night before. Search parties were being organized, and soon the whole town was combing the woods, calling Billy's name. I remember the pit in my stomach as I overheard the adults talking. Billy had told his mom he was going to play in his treehouse for a while before dinner. She called him in to eat about an hour later, but he didn't respond. When she went to check on him, the treehouse was empty, and there was no sign of Billy anywhere. The search went on for days. Police dogs, helicopters, volunteers from neighboring towns, it seemed like the whole world had descended on our little corner of Michigan. But they never found a trace of Billy. It was like he'd simply vanished into thin air. In the wake of Billy's disappearance, parents cracked down hard. No more playing in the woods, no more staying out after dark. The carefree days of our childhood seemed to end overnight. But here's the thing that still haunts me to this very day. The night Billy disappeared, I was sleeping over at Sarah's house. We were up late watching movies in her living room when we both heard it. A voice just outside the window, one that we recognized.
I'm going with him. It's so fun. You guys should come too,
said Billy. We looked at each other in horror. Billy was not the type to walk alone at night, and we knew exactly who he was referring to. The Whisperer. We huddled together on the couch until morning, too terrified to even think about sleep. We never told anyone what we heard that night. Who would believe us? And more importantly, what could anyone have done? That thing in the woods, whatever it was, it had won. It had finally taken a child. The strange encounters stopped after that. No more voices calling from the trees, no more shadowy figures glimpsed at the edge of the forest. We could only guess the Whisperer had been satisfied and had moved on. Years passed, and life in Willow Creek slowly returned to normal. Billy Hutchins became a cautionary tale, his story told to remind kids not to wander off alone. Most of the adults chalked it up to a tragic accident or a wild animal attack. Those of us who had encountered the Whisperer knew better, but we rarely spoke of it, even amongst ourselves. I left Willow Creek for college and never moved back, though I do visit my parents from time to time. Sarah stayed, taking over her family's hardware store. We don't talk much anymore. Too many painful memories, I guess. Different lives to live. Sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I still hear that voice in my head, Billy's voice, telling me that we should come too. I can't help but wonder, what if we had told someone? Could we have saved Billy? Could we have rallied the adults and torn Billy from that thing's clutches? Or would we have been the ones to disappear next? I don't have any answers, even after all these years. If you're ever out in the woods alone, and you hear someone calling your name, someone who sounds almost, but not quite, like someone you know, do not answer. Don't follow. Just run. The Eyes in the Woods, from Grimm. About half a year ago, I went to a friend's birthday party.
It was a pretty typical celebration in our village, held at a grill but deep in the forest. We always have these gatherings a bit out of the way from the village center, mostly to enjoy the peace and quiet of the woods. The night had been fun, filled with laughter and the smell of grilled meat, which still clung to the cool air by the time I decided to head home. There are 2 routes to get back to the village. The first is the main road, a bit longer but well lit and safe. The second is a narrow, dark forest path that cuts right through the woods. It's much shorter, and honestly, I've taken it countless times since I was a kid. I've always been comfortable in those woods. That night, I didn't think twice about taking the forest path. Once I left the lights from the grill hut behind, the darkness of the woods swallowed me up. The thick tree canopy overhead blocked out what little moonlight there was, and I pulled out my phone to turn on the flashlight. But as luck would have it, my phone was dead. No battery left. "Of course," I muttered. Luckily, I did have a small keychain flashlight. It wasn't much, but it would get me through. I switched it on and started to walk. The path was familiar, but the deeper I went, the more the trees seemed to crowd in on me. Their branches swayed slightly in the wind. It was quiet, except for the occasional gust making those leaves rustle. The thing is, there had been some talk recently at the local pub. A farmer had mentioned seeing large footprints in the forest. Footprints akin to a dog's, but much bigger. Some thought it might be a wolf. Wolves are rare around here, though. I didn't take the rumors seriously. But that night as I walked, I found myself picking up the pace a bit, mostly because of the chance of rain. At least, that's what I told myself. The path winds near some old castle ruins that overlook the village. It was when I reached that point that I realized how still everything had become. The wind had died down, and the usual nighttime sounds, from the birds and rustling leaves to even the insects, were gone. The only thing I could hear was my own footsteps. It felt strange. Something about the silence put me on edge. I stopped for a moment, and I listened, straining to catch any noise. But there was nothing. Still, I had this feeling, a gnawing sensation, that I was not alone. I swung my flashlight around, hoping to catch some movement in the trees, but the light barely cut through the dark. And then, just at the edge of its range, I saw something. 2 small glowing points in the darkness. Eyes. At first, I froze. I tried to reason with myself. This had to be a deer, maybe even a wild boar. Animals like that are common in these woods. I shouted, hoping to scare it off. "Get out of here!" But the eyes didn't move. They stayed put, fixed on me, staring and watching. I felt my heartbeat quicken. I grabbed a small rock from the ground and threw it in the direction of those eyes. Even so, nothing happened. There was no sound, no movement. The eyes just remained, unmoving and watching me. That's when I really started to feel afraid. Whatever it wasn't scared of me. My hands were shaking now. I tried to pick up another rock, but my hand was trembling so much that I dropped it. The small noise from the rock hitting the ground was enough to snap me out of my frozen state. Without thinking, I simply turned and ran. I ran faster than I think I ever ran in my life, the small flashlight barely keeping me on the path as I sprinted through the dark. The only things I could think about were those eyes behind me and what they belonged to. By the time I reached the hill that leads into the village, I didn't stop. I ran down the slope, only slowing when I saw the first street lamp ahead. Gasping for breath, I stopped under its light and finally turned around. But there was nothing there. The forest was still, quiet, and dark.
The eyes, whatever they were gone now. I stood there for a long time, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what happened. Then it started to rain. The cold drops on my skin grounded me a bit, but I couldn't shake the image of those eyes. Could it have been a wolf? That didn't make sense. A wolf would have chased me down easily, and those eyes were far too high off the ground, too tall to be anything I would expect in these woods. Whatever it was, I'll never forget the way it watched me. Black-eyed kids in the woods. From Big Red. I've been debating whether or not to share this, but it's been weighing on my mind, and maybe putting it out there will help me process what happened. This isn't some spooky campfire tale. It's something that actually occurred only a few months ago. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. My two best friends are Tyler and Greg. We've been tight since high school. Played football together, went to the same college, the whole deal. Back in April, Greg's dad passed away suddenly. It was a heart attack. Came out of nowhere, no warning, nothing. Greg was devastated. His dad was his rock, and losing him hit Greg harder than anything I'd ever seen. After the funeral, he was in a dark place. Tyler and I tried everything to help him out, but nothing seemed to lift his spirits. One evening, out of the blue, Greg called us up. He suggested we all go on a camping trip like we used to. He said he needed to get out of the city and clear his head. Tyler and I were all for it. Some time in nature might be just what he needed. We decided to head to Wayne National Forest in southeastern Ohio. It's a massive area with dense woods and not too many people. It's a perfect spot to get away to. Tyler had recently bought this small RV camper. It wasn't luxurious, but it had the basics. A couple of bunks, a tiny kitchen area, and best yet, a heater for those chilly nights. We packed up on a Friday afternoon. Sleeping bags, hiking gear, a cooler full of food and drinks. Then we hit the road. The drive was filled with our usual joking around, though Greg was quieter than usual. We didn't push him. We just let him be. When we got to the forest, we decided to find a spot off the main trails. We wanted some seclusion, a place where we could just relax without other campers nearby. After navigating some narrow dirt roads, we found a clearing surrounded by tall pines. It felt right. So we set up camp, started a fire, and spent the evening grilling burgers and reminiscing. The sky was clear and the stars were out in full force. Tyler, who's always been into astronomy, was thrilled. "Look at that sky," he said, lying back on a log. "You don't get views like that in the city." "Yeah, it's pretty amazing," I agreed. Greg seemed to relax a bit, sipping his beer and even cracking a smile now and then. It was good to see him loosen up. Around midnight, Tyler had an idea. "I'm going to sleep on the roof of the camper tonight," he announced. "I don't want to miss any of this." Greg chuckled. "You're nuts, man." "Maybe," Tyler grinned, "but I'll have the best view." I laughed. "Just don't roll off in your sleep." He grabbed his sleeping bag and climbed on up, settling in on the flat roof. Greg and I decided to turn in and headed inside the camper. It was cozy. 2 small bunks and just enough room to stand up. I climbed into my bunk and pulled out my phone, scrolling through social media. Greg was lying across from me, staring at the ceiling. "You doing okay?" I asked. He sighed. "Yeah, just thinking. About your dad?" "Yeah, he would have loved this." I nodded. "He was a good man." "Thanks," Greg said softly. We fell into silence, and eventually I started to drift off. Sometime later, I woke up to a soft knocking sound. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then it came again, a gentle tap at the camper door. Greg, you hear that?" I whispered. He stirred. "Hear what?" "Someone's knocking.
We both listened. There it was, a faint, deliberate knock. Maybe it's Tyler messing with us, Greg suggested. Just then, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Tyler.
Are you guys awake?
It read. Yes, I replied. Are you knocking on the door?
Nope, but I see someone outside.
My heart skipped a beat. Who?
Looks like 2 kids standing near the fire pit.
I showed the texts to Greg. He looked as puzzled as I felt. What are kids doing out here at this hour? He asked. No idea, I said. Should we check it out? He nodded. Well, we can't just ignore them. I called out through the door. Hello? Can we help you? A small voice replied.
Please, we need to use your phone.
Something about the voice felt off to me. It was flat, almost mechanical. Where are your parents? Greg asked.
Please let us in.
The voice said again. I felt a creeping sensation in my gut. We can call someone for you. Just tell us the number. Silence. Then,
we need to come in. Let us in.
My phone buzzed again. Tyler had sent another message.
Don't let them in. Something isn't right.
What's going on? I typed back.
Their eyes, they look completely black.
I felt a chill run down my spine. I showed the message to Greg. What does that even mean? He whispered. I don't know, but Tyler seems serious. The knocking grew louder.
Let us in,
the voices demanded. They sounded more forceful than before. Look, we can get you some help, I said, trying to keep my voice steady.
No, you need to invite us in,
the voice insisted. Why do you need an invitation? Greg asked.
Please, we just want to come in,
the voice said, almost pleading now. My phone buzzed again. Tyler wrote.
They're acting weird. They keep looking up here, but I don't think they can see me.
Should we call the police? I texted back.
Maybe, but we're pretty far out,
he replied. Greg was starting to look uneasy. What do we do? I think we should just keep the door locked, I said firmly. The knocking stopped. For a moment, everything went silent. Then we heard footsteps circling the camper, slow and deliberate. They're walking around, Greg whispered. We stayed quiet, listening to the soft crunching of leaves underfoot. The footsteps stopped near one of the windows.
Please let us in,
the voice said again, right outside. I peered through the curtain, but couldn't see much. Just a small figure standing close to the window.
Why won't you let us in?
The voice asked, sounding desperate. I didn't know what to reply. My mind was reeling. Then from above, we heard a soft thump. Tyler texted.
Oh my God, they're trying to climb up here.
Be careful, I typed back. He responded.
One of them said something weird. I swear it sounded like, your friends won't help you.
I showed the message to Greg. This is getting creepy. Agreed, he said. Maybe we need to regroup. Good idea. We decided to bring Tyler inside. I mustered up some courage and opened the door just enough to stick my head out. Tyler, I whispered loudly. Get down here. He carefully climbed down the ladder on the side of the camper. As he reached the ground, we heard one of the voices. Now you've made a mistake. We quickly got inside and locked the door behind us. What the heck is going on? Greg asked. I don't know, Tyler said, catching his breath. But those kids, their eyes are pitch black, no whites, no iris, nothing. That's impossible, I said. Well, I saw it, he insisted. We sat there, the three of us, trying to make sense of the situation. Maybe they're wearing contacts, Greg suggested. At this hour, in the middle of nowhere, Tyler replied. Just for some prank? My phone buzzed again. An unknown number. The message read, "You cannot hide from us." I showed it to the others. Did you guys give your numbers out? Our numbers out? They shook their heads. How did they get your number? Greg asked. I have no idea. The footsteps started again, this time more rapidly, circling the camper. This is messed up, Tyler said. We should call the police, right? Greg asked. I tried to dial 911, but somehow the call would not connect. It didn't make sense. No signal, I guess. I stared at my phone. Same here, Tyler said, checking his. Great, Greg muttered. The voices came again, sounding more irritated this time. This is your last chance. Let us in. Ignore them, I whispered. We huddled together, hoping they would just go away. Minutes felt like hours as we sat there in silence. Then, everything went quiet. The footsteps, the voices, they were gone. Do you think they left? Greg wondered. Maybe, Tyler said skeptically. I peered out the window but didn't see anybody. Let's just wait a bit to be sure, I suggested. We stayed put for another half hour, and when there were no further sounds, we started to relax slightly. Maybe it was just some kind of prank, Greg said, though he didn't sound convinced. Who would go to that length? Tyler asked. Kids from town? I don't know. Well, I'm not staying to find out, I said. Let's pack it up, get out of here. We quickly gathered our things, trying to make as little noise as possible. As we stepped outside, the forest was eerily still. The fire had died down to glowing embers. We loaded up the camper, and just as we were about to get in, I heard it. Do you think you're leaving? One of those voices, calling out from somewhere in the dark. I spun around, but I didn't see anyone. Who's out here? I shouted, my voice betraying my nerves. Silence. Let's go, Tyler urged. We jumped into the camper, and Greg started the engine. As we pulled away, the headlights briefly illuminated two figures standing at the edge of the clearing. They looked like kids, but their faces were obscured by shadows. Did you see that? Greg asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Just drive, I said. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station about 30 miles away. It was brightly lit and felt like a sanctuary compared to the darkness we'd just left. Inside, we grabbed coffees and sat down at a booth. What the heck just happened to us, guys? Greg asked. His hands were shaking. No idea, Tyler replied. But those kids, whatever they actually were not normal. I pulled out my phone and did some searching for anything that might explain it. I then stumbled upon loads of stories about black-eyed children, accounts eerily similar to ours. Guys, look at this, I said, showing them my phone. We read through several stories together, stories of people encountering children with completely black eyes, children who insisted on being let inside homes or vehicles. This can't be a real thing, Greg said. I know what you're feeling, but, we just experienced this, Tyler said. We sat there for a while, processing everything. Eventually, we decided to head back home. Over the next few days, we kept in close contact, sharing any strange occurrences. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Greg started to attend grief counseling and seemed to be coping better. "Sounds crazy," he told me one day, "but maybe facing something unexplainable made me realize I can't control everything." "I'm glad you're doing better," I told him. "Me too, but let's avoid any more camping trips for a while." "Agreed," I laughed. Life started to return to normal. I haven't received any more strange texts, and neither have Greg or Tyler. I'm praying this was all a one-time thing, and maybe we'll never fully understand what happened that night. But if you ever find yourself alone somewhere and someone knocks at the door, begging to be let in, be doubly sure about what you do next. Stay safe out there. Predator. From Kelton Storm Baseball number 9. My dad and I are avid hunters. We always go hunting together just in case something happens. We have bobcats and wild boar on our property. Being 11 years old, I often had friends over who also enjoyed hunting. And one day, we were taken out to hunt wild boar. I remember how it happened. We had a really long, unsuccessful hunt, but on the way back on the dirt road, my friend's dad spotted a group of 3 pigs. Seeing it as his last chance, my dad pulled out his 6.5 Creedmoor and shot at the black boar in the front, which was drinking water from the pond. He hit it, but it only dropped about 5 feet from where it had been shot and a few feet away from some trees. Suddenly, a black dog-like figure came out of the tree cover and howled. It looked at my dad, then walked over to the pig, scooped it up with jagged razor-sharp teeth, and dragged the dead animal back into the tree cover. Terrified, we put the gun away and got out of there as fast as we could. When we got back to the house, no one talked about the event until dinner. My friend Case whispered to me that he thought it was a misfigured abandoned dog. But I reminded him that we had a high fence surrounding the whole property. It would be nearly impossible for even a normal dog to jump that fence. Case and I went to my room and drew the supposed dog. We came to the conclusion maybe it was a skinwalker, a word that makes your skin crawl when you say it. We figured it had been a deer when it jumped over the high fence, then changed into something else. We both decided to keep it a secret because we figured nobody would believe us. After they left at about 4 a.m, my dad said he saw something on the trail cam, something he described as a large, dark dog standing over a deer. I would later find out that the dog, to him at least, looked distorted. It looked right at the camera before walking away, and as soon as the dog was gone, the deer itself got up like it had been playing dead and ran away as fast as it could. As creepy as it sounds, my dad and I went out about an hour after that. We got in my dad's truck and had 2 minutes left until we got to the gate, when we saw a pale, tattered, and distorted armadillo. Normally, armadillos scurry away from vehicles, but this one went right in front of our slow-moving truck to crush itself. We looked at each other in horror. When we finally got to the gate, we paused and waited, getting our phones out until the sun gave enough light for us to see. We kept going then, checking the site for 10 minutes, when we heard this ear-shattering screech. We hightailed it out of there so fast, the truck was basically out in 2 minutes on a 4-mile road. We were home quick. We locked the door as soon as we got inside and watched the property in front of ours out the window, rifle in hand. After about 10 minutes, we checked the other doors, which were locked. At the time, my mom and sister were out getting their nails done, so my dad and I waited for them to get home with anxiety, focusing on the trail cameras. To this day, my dad and I call that thing we've been seeing the Predator. Cabin in the Woods. From Eagledrift. Growing up in a small town in northern Maine, I was more concerned with practical matters like chopping firewood and helping Dad fix our beat-up truck than ghost stories or urban legends. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. This happened to me in the summer of 2006. It was early June, and I had just finished my junior year of college. I was looking forward to a quiet summer back home, working at the local hardware store and spending some free time fishing at the lake. My childhood best friend Grayson had other plans. He'd heard about an old cabin deep in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from our town. Supposedly, it was abandoned, but still in decent shape, and he thought it would be the perfect spot for a week-long getaway. I wasn't so sure about that. The idea of staying at some random cabin in the middle of nowhere didn't exactly appeal to me just yet, but Grayson was persistent, and eventually, I gave in. We only live once, and we don't stay young too long. We packed up his old Jeep with food and sleeping bags and fishing gear, even threw in a couple of rifles just in case. The drive there was uneventful, mostly winding roads through dense woods. As we got further from civilization, I noticed my cell signal was getting weaker until it disappeared entirely. Grayson assured me it was normal for this area, and I'll assure you that back in that time period, that happened quite a lot in the mountains. Even so, I wasn't entirely comfortable with having no cell reception. We arrived at the cabin at sunset. It was smaller than I'd expected. A simple one-room structure with a small porch out front. The wood was pretty weathered, but it looked solid enough. Inside, there was a stone fireplace, a couple of old chairs, and a rickety table. It was basic, but it would do for a week. The first couple of days were actually quite enjoyable. We hiked, fished in a nearby stream, and sat around the campfire at night, sharing stories and beers. It almost felt like we were kids again, no care in the world. It was on the third night that things began to take a turn. We'd gone to bed early, planning to get up at dawn for a long hike. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a sound I couldn't quite place. It was this low vibration, not like an animal, I would say. It seemed to be coming from all around us, vibrating through the cabin walls. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart pounding.
"Grayson," I whispered, "do you hear that?"
There was no response. I looked over to where Grayson had been sleeping and saw his empty sleeping bag. I felt a bit of panic rise up in me. Where did he go? Did he go outside? Why wouldn't he wake me up if he was leaving? The vibration grew louder, and I swear it sounded like a growl. I then heard something moving around outside the cabin. Heavy footsteps, but not like any animal I'd ever heard. They were slow and deliberate. Reminded me of a person, but not exactly that either. I grabbed my flashlight and one of the rifles. Slowly, I made my way to the cabin door. Suddenly, the growling stopped, but I could still hear the footsteps. They circled around the cabin.
"Grayson,"
I called out, my voice barely above a whisper.
"Grayson, are you out there?"
No response, just more footsteps. I don't know what made me do it, but I opened up that door. Outside, the night was pitch black, no moon or stars visible through the thick canopy of trees. I swept my flashlight beam across the clearing in front of the cabin, and that's when I saw it. About 20 feet away, just at the edge of the trees, stood something. It was tall, about 7 feet, and vaguely human in shape. But its arms were way too long, nearly touching the ground, and its legs seemed bent wrong. Its skin seemed to shift and ripple, like it couldn't decide what texture it wanted to be. And I saw its face. It didn't have features so much as suggestions of features. Where its eyes should have been, I saw dark, empty holes, and its mouth was a gash that opened and closed rhythmically, revealing rows of sharp, thin teeth. I stood there, paralyzed. The thing slowly turned its head, angling it towards me. For a moment, it just stared. Then, it took a step forward, and I snapped from my trance. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I backed away from the door, rifle aimed up and ready, though I doubted it would do much good against whatever that was. The cabin was silent for a moment, and then I heard her scratching. Something was trying to get in. I'm not sure how long I stood there listening to it, rifle pointed at the door. But eventually the scratching sound did stop, replaced by that low rumbling growl I'd heard earlier, and then silence. I didn't move for the rest of the night. As the first rays of sunlight started to filter through the cabin's dirty windows, I heard a noise outside. Footsteps again, but normal this time, very much human. "Hey, you up?" It was Grayson's voice. I nearly cried with relief. I rushed to the door and flung it open. There stood Grayson, looking confused at my disheveled appearance and the rifle in my hands. "Where the heck have you been?" I demanded. What are you talking about? I went for an early morning hike. Told you last night I was going to do that, remember?" No, I didn't remember. In fact, I couldn't recall much of anything from the previous evening. Had I dreamt the whole thing? But then I saw them. Deep, jagged scratches on the outside of the door, splintering the wood. And on the ground was a set of footprints, unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were huge, twice the size of my boot. They led from the tree line to the cabin door, circling around, then back into the forest. Grayson saw them too. I watched his face go pale. What made those? I then told him everything that had happened last night. To his credit, he didn't laugh or tell me I was crazy. He'd grown up in these woods too, and he knew there were things out there that couldn't easily be explained. We packed up right away and left. The week-long trip cut short after just 3 days. The drive home was tense and quiet. I think the two of us were quite jumpy. And for a few weeks, I had trouble sleeping. One doesn't get over the most horrible-looking creature sighting they've ever had in their life just like that. I haven't been back to those woods since. I doubt I ever will, 'cause it's probably still out there. And I've always wondered, is there more than one of them? I used to scoff at people who believed in the paranormal, but after this, I had to rethink everything. Black Forest Werewolf from Hindenberg. I've lived in Freiburg, Germany for most of my life. It's a beautiful city, right on the edge of the Black Forest. Growing up, naturally, I heard all the old stories about that forest. Tales of mischievous dwarfs, mysterious glassmakers, spirits that roamed the woods. But to me, they were always just stories. At least until I had my own experience. I work as a freelance photographer, mostly doing nature shots for travel magazines and the like. Honestly, it's a dream job. I get to spend my days hiking through some of the most beautiful landscapes in Europe, camera in hand. The Black Forest has always been one of my favorite spots. There's something about the dense, dark trees and the mist that often clings to the ground. It's atmospheric. To me, the eeriness can be relaxing. I had a commission from a hiking magazine to get some shots of the less traveled paths in the forest. They wanted to do a feature on hidden gems for experienced hikers. I was thrilled. This was a chance to explore some areas I hadn't been to before. My usual hiking partner, Marcus, couldn't make it at the last minute.
Sorry, mate.
He said over the phone.
My kid's got the flu. You gonna be okay on your own?
I assured him I'd be fine. It's just a couple of nights. I'll stick to the plan and check in when I can. I set out early on a Tuesday morning in late October. There was a light fog hanging over the city as I drove towards the forest. I'd planned a 3-day trip, staying at some of the more remote mountain huts along the trail. The first day went smoothly. I hiked about 20 kilometers, following one of the lesser-known trails. The autumn colors were stunning, deep reds and golds of the beech trees, contrasting beautifully with the dark green of the spruces and firs. I even got some great shots of the Bergbach waterfall. It was roaring from the recent rains. As evening approached, I made it to the first hut. The place was basic but comfortable enough. It had a few bunk beds, a small kitchen area, and most importantly, a roof over my head. The forecast had mentioned possible showers, and I could hear the wind picking up outside. But then I heard something else. A long, low howl echoing through the trees. I know what you might be thinking. Wolves, right? And yeah, I know they've been making a comeback in Germany. But in all my years hiking the Black Forest, I'd never heard one. It sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe it was just the wind. Or maybe I was lucky enough to finally hear one of the newly returned wolves. But as I sat there, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. And I heard it again. It was closer this time. I'm not ashamed to admit I was a bit creeped out. I've spent plenty of nights alone in the woods, but something about this felt different. Something about it felt wrong. I made sure the hut door was securely locked, and I tried to get some sleep, but every little sound put me further on edge. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, it was dawn. The forest was quiet except for the usual morning bird calls. I felt a bit foolish in the light of day. I probably just let my imagination run wild last night. I packed up and set off, determined to get some good shots. The path I was following was barely visible at times, all overgrown and rarely used. It was exactly what the magazine was asking for, though. As the day wore on, I began to feel this watched feeling. That feeling you get when the hairs on your arms stand up and you just know someone is out there looking at you. It was that, but intense. Every time I turned around, there would be nothing there. I tried to focus on my work, but I kept finding myself glancing over my shoulder. The forest seemed darker somehow, the shadows deeper than they should have been. At one point, I could have sworn I saw something move just at the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, once again, there was nothing there. By late afternoon, I was seriously considering cutting my trip short. The feeling of being watched only grew worse, and now I was beginning to hear things. The snapping of twigs, leaves rustling about, always just out of sight. I checked my phone, hoping to call Marcus, or maybe even the local Bergwacht, but of course, no signal. Just my luck. I pushed on to the next hut, arriving just as it was getting dark. This one was even more isolated than the first, and as I approached, I heard a splash from a nearby stream. What I saw then, I still have trouble believing it, even now. Standing in the stream not 20 meters away from me was something. At first glance, it looked like a man, tall, muscular, standing on 2 legs. But as I stared, unable to move, I realized it wasn't human at all. Its body was covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was elongated, almost like a wolf's snout, with teeth that looked wickedly sharp
even from where I stood. Its eyes were amber, glowing in the fading light, and they were fixed right on me. For a moment, neither of us moved. I couldn't even breathe. Then slowly, deliberately, it lifted its head and let out that same howl I'd heard the night before. I ran. I'd like to say I was brave, that I stood my ground or tried to document what I saw. But the truth is, blind panic took over. I just ran, leaving my backpack behind. I stumbled through the woods, tripping over roots and rocks, my lungs beginning to burn. I'm not sure if it was fear in my mind causing me to hear it, but I thought I could hear it behind me. These heavy footfalls, snapping branches. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, I broke out of the tree line onto one of the main hiking paths. There were a few other hikers there, looking at me like I was crazy. I'm sure I looked that way. "Whoa, are you all right?" one of them asked. He was a big guy who looked like a serious outdoorsman. I babbled something about a wolf, pointing back the way I'd come from. The hiker looked at his buddy, and the buddy looked back. "A wolf? Here?" his friend said, looking skeptical. "I mean, maybe a dog. There's a village not far from..." Eventually, I talked them into checking it out, probably more to humor me than anything else. They came back a few minutes later, shaking their heads. "Nothing there, friend," the first guy said. "You sure you're okay? Do you need us to call someone?" I must have looked a real mess. They kept insisting on giving me a ride back to Freiburg. I think they assumed I'd had some kind of panic attack. This overworked city guy not used to the forest. That sort of thing. I didn't correct them, though, but I didn't know what else to say. It took me a few days to work up the courage to go back for my gear. This time I took Marcus with me when he was free, and I went in broad daylight. We found my backpack right where I dropped it. No tracks, though. No sign that anything else had been there. "You sure you didn't spook yourself, mate?" Marcus asked me as we hiked back. "You know how creepy it is out here, especially when you're alone." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "I still live here in Freiburg. I still work as a photographer, but I've learned my lesson about the Black Forest. I won't go back out there alone. And even in the middle of the city, I keep my doors and windows locked up tight. To this day, I doubt what I saw. I seriously hope it was just a trick of the light, my mind twisting the forms and shadows of the branches and trees in front of me. Then again, there's no mistaking that howl. I truly believe that there is a werewolf, or something very much like it, lurking in the Black Forest. Mountain Road Mimic, from MountainRider. This happened about 5 years ago when I was in college. Me, my girlfriend Mia, and our friends Chris and Sarah were driving back from a camping trip in the Appalachians, or as some folks might call it, the Appalachians. It was late, probably around 11 p.m., and we were all pretty wiped out. We'd been on these winding mountain roads for hours. The conversation had died down a while back, and the radio was just static. I was focused on driving when Mia spoke up. "Garrett, how much longer until we hit a town or something?" she asked. I glanced up my phone's GPS. Looks like another hour or so." "Why?" "I really need to use the bathroom," Mia admitted. Chris chimed in from the back seat. "Yeah, me too, actually. And we're almost out of snacks." I sighed. "All right, I'll keep an eye out for a rest stop or gas station or something." We drove for another 15 minutes before finally a sign appeared. "Mountain View Rest Area, 1 mile." As we pulled in, I felt uneasy. The place was deserted.
which I guess makes sense for how late it was, but something still felt weird. The fluorescent lights from the restroom building cast this weird glow over the empty parking lot. Maybe it was just that, giving me the spooks. We all got out to stretch our legs. Chris and Mia headed straight for the restrooms. Sarah went to check the vending machines. "I'm gonna look at that map over there," I called out, pointing to the large information board. "Gonna see if there's a quicker way home." As I approached the map, I noticed a strange smell. It was metallic, almost like copper, with this underlying scent of ozone. I figured it was probably just some electrical equipment or something. I was studying the map when I heard footsteps behind me. I assumed it was one of my friends, so I didn't turn around right away. "So, you guys find the bathrooms okay?" I asked. There was no response, just more shuffling. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with an older man, probably in his 60s. His eyes were weirdly alert for how late it was. "Oh, sorry," I said, startled. "I thought you were one of my friends." The man simply stared at me, his head tilted slightly. The way he looked at me was odd. "Are you okay, sir?" I asked, taking a step back. He opened his mouth like he was about to speak, but instead, this low sound came out, like a hum mixed with chattering teeth, but not quite. It definitely wasn't a normal human sound. My heart started to race. Every instinct was telling me to run, but I was frozen in place. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Whoa, easy there!" It was Chris, looking at me with concern. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." I spun around, but the old man who had just been there was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere in the parking lot. "Did you see that? The old guy?" I asked, my voice shaking. Chris furrowed his brow. "What old guy? We're the only ones here, dude." I shook my head, trying to clear it. "Never mind. Must have been my imagination. This place is creeping me out. Let's get the girls and go." We walked back to the car, where Sarah was already waiting with an armful of snacks. Mia joined us a moment later, looking a bit pale. "You all right?" I asked her as we got back in the car. She nodded, but her eyes were darting around nervously. "Yeah, well, did any of you smell something weird in the bathrooms? Like a metallic smell?" A chill ran down my spine. I remembered the scent I'd noticed earlier. "Actually, yeah. I smelled it too, over by the map." "Probably just old pipes," Chris suggested with a shrug. "This place looks ancient." We pulled out of the rest stop, all of us feeling a bit on edge. About 10 minutes down the road, Sarah spoke up from the back seat. "Does anyone else hear that?" We all fell silent. At first, I didn't hear a thing over the engine, but then I caught it, a rhythmic thumping coming from the rear of the car. "Probably just something shifting in the trunk," I said, trying to sound confident. "We'll check it out when we get to town." But the sound kept going, growing louder. It wasn't random, like you would expect from luggage moving around. This was steady and deliberate. "Garrett?" Mia's voice was tight with fear. "Pull over. Now!" I guided the car into the narrow shoulder of the road. As soon as we stopped, the thumping ceased. We sat there for a moment, then wordlessly got out of the car. The forest was pressed in close on both sides of the road there. It was eerily quiet, too. I couldn't hear crickets or even rustling leaves. Chris walked around to the trunk and cautiously popped it open. We all peered inside, but there was nothing there. Just our camping gear, exactly as we'd packed it before. "See," I said, forcing a laugh. "Probably just the spare tire coming loose or something." But as I moved to close the trunk, I noticed a small, crumpled piece of paper tucked between my tent and sleeping bag. I was certain it hadn't been there before. With trembling fingers, I unfolded it. Scrawled in jagged letters were 5 words that made my blood run cold. "I am in your car." I looked over to my friends. Their faces were pale in the harsh glare of the flashlight. Before I could say anything, a low chuckle emanated from inside the car. We all whirled around. There in the back seat where Sarah had been sitting moments ago was the old man I'd seen from the rest stop. For a split second, we all stood frozen in horror. Then, as if a spell had been broken, we all ran blindly into the forest, crashing through underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, we could hear that awful chittering sound, growing louder, closer. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually, gasping for breath, we stumbled into a small clearing. What the heck was that thing?" Chris panted, bent over with his hands on his knees. "What do you mean, thing?" I choked out. I don't know," Chris replied, "but I don't think that was a person. There was something wrong with his face. Did you see the way his skin was moving?" I swallowed. "We need to keep moving, guys. We need to find some help." That's when we realized Sarah wasn't there with us. "Oh my God, where's Sarah?" Mia said. "Sarah!" she called out. "Sarah, where are you?" There was no response, just that same eerie silence. We huddled together in the clearing, straining our ears for any sound of our missing friend. Minutes ticked by, each second stretching out so long. Then from the dark, we heard Sarah's voice. "Guys, where are you? I got turned around out here." I felt so relieved. "Over here, Sarah! Follow our voices!" She then emerged from the tree line, looking disheveled but unharmed. As she approached, I noticed something odd about the way she walked. It was slightly off, as if she was having trouble coordinating her own movements. "You okay?" I asked, as she joined our group. "Did you see where that man, that thing went?" Sarah cocked her head to the side, reminding me way too much of the old man from the rest stop. When she spoke, her voice was flat too, devoid of any emotion. "What thing? I just got a little lost, that's all." A chill ran down my spine. There was something wrong with Sarah. Mia sensed it too. She took a small step back and asked, "Sarah, what's the name of the campground we stayed at this weekend?" Sarah's face remained blank. "The campground? It was. Suddenly, that inhuman chittering sound filled the air again. We all stumbled back. It was coming from Sarah's mouth. "Go, go, go!" I yelled, grabbing Mia's hand and pulling her with me as we plunged back into the forest. We ran for a long time, the sound of someone following us always close behind. Sometimes it sounded like Sarah calling for help. Sometimes it sounded like Chris or Mia too, even though they were right there with me. One time, and I swear to you I'm not lying, I heard my own voice pleading for the others to wait. But we didn't listen, we didn't stop, we didn't look back. As the first light of morning began to filter through the trees, we finally emerged onto a road. A passing trucker took pity on us and gave us a ride to the nearest town, where we immediately went to the police. The sheriff listened to our story with a mix of skepticism and concern. "Look," he said finally, We'll send a search party out for your friend. But I gotta tell you, we've had some strange reports from that area before. Hikers getting lost, weird sightings. Most folks around here know to avoid that stretch of road after dark." They searched the area and found our car abandoned on the side of the road. They did not find any evidence of anything unusual, save for some strange scratches on the inside of the trunk. But there was no sign of Sarah. For 3 days, search and rescue teams combed the forest. We stayed in town, giving statements to the police and waiting for news, sometimes even joining in on the search when they allowed. On the afternoon of that 3rd day, just as we were starting to lose hope, we got the call we'd been praying for. They found Sarah. She was dehydrated, covered in scratches and bruises, but she was alive. When we got to the hospital, Sarah was lying in a hospital bed, looking pale and exhausted. But when she saw her friends, her face lit up with relief.
"Oh my God, you guys,"
she said, her voice hoarse.
"I thought I'd never see you again."
We hugged her, all of us crying with relief. But as the initial joy wore off, we couldn't help but ask the questions that had been haunting us. "Sarah," I said gently, "what happened to you out there? What do you remember?" She frowned, then she concentrated.
"It's all blurry or black to me. I remember running through the woods. Felt like someone was chasing me, but every time I looked back, I didn't see anyone. I kept hearing voices, sometimes yours, sometimes a voice I didn't recognize. I didn't know what I was hearing, didn't know where I was going. I remember a strange man in the back seat, but, well, never mind."
"What do you mean, Sarah? You can tell us." Chris pressured her. Mia put a hand on his chest, trying to get him not to press her, but Sarah spoke up.
"All right, it's okay, Mia, I'll tell you. You know that strange man? When I saw him in the back seat, it didn't look like a person. It looked like something holding a mask that looked like a man's face. That's why I ran. That's why I thought you all ran. Why would we run if it was just some stranger in the back of the car?"
We all looked at each other, silent for a while, probably disturbed, because I know I was. The doctors said Sarah was suffering from extreme dehydration and exhaustion, which could explain her disorientation and memory issues. They kept her in the hospital for a few days for observation, but beyond that, she was going to be fine. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together what had happened that night. Sarah's memories remained fragmented, but she never mentioned seeing anything else weird after we ran off. The police chalked it up to a case of group hysteria. Maybe we were all exhausted, and the stress of getting lost in the woods at night made us see and hear things. But I know what I saw, and we all know what we saw. That chittering sound. It's something that I will never forget. And I hate to say it, but ever since we heard that sound coming from Sarah's mouth, I can't really look at her the same way, even though I know it wasn't her. Something that looked like Sarah came out of those woods and approached us. My friend group doesn't go camping anymore. We don't even stop at rest areas after dark. We'd rather wait it out in the car or not take the trip at all. If you're hearing this and planning a trip through some remote area, especially near the Appalachians, be aware of your surroundings. If you get that feeling in your gut that something just isn't right, listen to it. Don't brush it off like we did. I think there are things out there in the dark, things that can wear familiar human faces. Things that I don't think are actually human at all. I'd gone missing. From TerrificFluoride. I'd gone backpacking through northern Michigan. I had just graduated college and wanted to do a solo trip to clear my head before starting the job hunt. I'm originally from the suburbs of Chicago, so I wasn't exactly an experienced outdoorsman. But I'd done some camping as a kid, and I figured I could handle a week-long trek through the Hiawatha National Forest. Looking back, I was pretty naive and underprepared. I had decent gear, a good backpack, tent, sleeping bag, etc. But I had never really done any serious backcountry hiking before. I plotted out a route that would take me on a big loop through some of the more remote parts of the forest, figuring I'd cover about 10 miles a day. In retrospect, that was way too ambitious for my skill level. The first couple of days were actually great. The weather was perfect. Clear skies and temperatures in the low 70s. I was making decent time and really enjoying the solitude. There's something magical about being alone in nature, surrounded by nothing but trees and birdsong. I would stop occasionally to filter water from streams or take photos of particularly scenic spots. At night, I would make camp, eat some trail mix or dehydrated meals, and I would fall asleep to the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was on the third night that things started to get weird. I had hiked a little farther than usual that day, pushing myself to reach a small lake I'd marked on my map as a good campsite. By the time I got there, the sun was already dipping below the tree line. I quickly set up my tent and got a small fire going, wanting to eat and get settled before dark really set in. As I sat by the fire, heating up some soup, I had this sudden feeling of being watched. You know that prickly sensation at the back of your neck? Like that, but more intense. I looked around, scanning the trees at the edge of my little clearing, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Still, I could not shake the feeling. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. Being alone in the woods can play tricks on your mind. But as the night wore on, the feeling only intensified. I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing there. The forest sounds seemed to change too. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs went quiet, replaced by this eerie stillness, which was only broken by the occasional snapping of a twig in the dark. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I'd start to drift off, I would jerk awake, convinced I'd heard footsteps or breathing just outside my tent. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted and on edge. Part of me wanted to pack up and hightail it back to civilization, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. I'd come out here for an adventure after all, so I shouldered my pack and pressed on. The next day was odd. I couldn't quite put my finger on why, but something felt off about the forest. The trees seemed denser, the shadows deeper. I'd check my maps and compass, only to find that I didn't seem to be making much progress, not as much as I should. The landmarks I was looking for never seemed to materialize. It was as if the landscape itself was subtly shifting around me. By late afternoon, I had to admit I was lost. None of the terrain matched my map anymore. I thought about trying to backtrack, but I couldn't even be sure which direction I'd come from. The sun was hidden behind a thick canopy, and my compass was spinning wildly, the needle swinging in circles. As I began to panic, I stumbled into another clearing. That's when I saw it for the first time. It was, I don't even know how to describe it right, but I'll do my best. It was a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, impossibly tall, about 8 feet or more, and it was thin, like a shadow given 3D form. It didn't seem to have distinct features, just a vague humanoid shape that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just watched. I don't know how I knew that, since I couldn't see any eyes, but I swear I felt its gaze boring into me.
After a while, I backed away slowly. The figure remained motionless. As soon as I reached the tree line, I turned and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing in a heap on the forest floor. As I lay there, gasping for breath, the shadows lengthened around me. Night was falling again, and I was nowhere near any state to make camp. I knew I should get up, find water, set up a tent, but I was paralyzed by fear and exhaustion and confusion. That's when I heard it. It was like this chittering sound, a high-pitched insectile noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, and underneath it, a deeper sound, a rhythmic thumping like massive footsteps getting closer. I scrambled to my feet, all fatigue forgotten in a fresh wave of adrenaline. I picked a direction at random and ran again, quieter this time, trying to listen for pursuit over the sound of my own ragged breathing. I'm not sure how long I fled through the darkening forest. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The trees began to look twisted into unnatural shapes. The ground beneath my feet felt spongy and uneven. At some point, I became aware that the chittering had stopped. The forest was once more deathly quiet. I slowed to a walk, straining my ears for any sign of danger. And then I saw the lights. Ahead of me, weaving between the trees, were tiny points of bluish-white light. They moved like fireflies on a mission. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, I found myself drawn towards them. As I got closer, I realized the lights were coming from small ethereal figures flitting through the air. They seemed to take notice of me. They began to circle around, and, unbelievably, they seemed to form a path through the woods. Some part of me knew I shouldn't follow, but I was beyond rational thought at that point. I stumbled after the lights, pushed onwards by equal parts curiosity and desperation. I was led into a meadow, where the trees began to have these strange symbols carved into their bark. I stopped for a moment, reaching out to touch one of the symbols. As my fingers brushed the rough bark, the world seemed to shift, or maybe I just blacked out. The next thing I remember was opening my eyes, and the lights were gone, and everything felt, well, normal again. In fact, my surroundings had changed. In the distance I saw lights, different lights. These were man-made, the outskirts of a small town that was not there before. I made my way there in a hurry, finding the nearest street. People were looking at me strangely. I'm assuming my appearance didn't help. I had to have been filthy and scratched up and wild-eyed. I found a convenience store and went inside. I went right up to the counter and asked, "Excuse me." My voice sounded hoarse. "Can you tell me where I am?" He gave me the name of a town I'd never heard of, an estate hundreds of miles from where I'd started my hike. What day is it?" I asked. I dreaded the answer. When he told me, my knees felt weak. Somehow, impossibly, over 2 weeks had passed since I'd entered that forest. 2 weeks that I had no memory of. The convenience store let me use the phone, and I called my parents. They were hysterical. Apparently, I'd been reported missing after failing to return from my trip on schedule. Search parties had combed the area where I was supposed to be hiking, but found no trace of me. I never did come up with a satisfactory explanation for what happened. The official story is that I got lost in the woods and wandered in a delusional state for 2 weeks before finding my way back to civilization. I know that's not true, but it's easier than trying to explain the unexplainable. I've since gone hiking again. I still do go hiking on occasion, but I don't go alone anymore. and I never go in too deep. Nowadays, no matter what I do, it feels like I'm always catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, something darting between the trees, and I wonder if that's PTSD from my experience. The moment I step foot into woods anywhere, I always feel watched. I thought I killed someone. From Diesel Dog 78. I've been driving trucks for nearly 20 years now, mostly long hauls across the Southwest. Let me be upfront with you about this. You see a lot of weird stuff on the road, especially after dark. But this one time still gives me the creeps. It was about 5 years ago. I was hauling a load of electronics from Phoenix to El Paso. It was a hot August night, and I was on this lonely stretch of highway cutting through the Sonoran Desert. I think it was around 2 a.m. The road was empty, just me and miles of darkness. I had the radio on low, some old country station fading in and out. The AC was blasting, fighting against the heat seeping in from outside. I do recall sucking on a cherry Tootsie Pop, trying to keep myself alert. That's when my headlights caught something on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a broken down car. As I got closer, I realized it was a person. Now, normally, I don't stop for hitchhikers. Too risky these days. But something made me slow down. It was a woman. She looked to be in her 50s. She was wearing this flowery dress that seemed way too nice for being stranded in the desert. When I pulled over, she didn't move towards the truck. Instead, she just stood there, staring at me. I rolled down the passenger window. "Howdy, ma'am. You okay? You need any help?" She didn't answer right away, just kept staring with these real wide eyes. Eventually, she did reply.
"It's coming. We have to go."
Her voice was all raspy, like she'd been breathing in sand. Now I'm thinking maybe she's had a few too many or something. But I couldn't just leave her out here. So I asked, "Where are you headed to? I can give you a lift to the next town." She nodded and climbed in. She didn't say thanks or anything, just sat there real stiff-like. I noticed she wasn't sweating, even though it must have been over 100 degrees out. We drove in silence for a while. I tried to make some small talk, but she just stared straight ahead. After about 20 minutes, I began to get this weird feeling. The air in the cab felt heavy, and there was a smell to it like ozone, you know? Like right before a big thunderstorm. I glanced over at her then. I swear I saw her eyes glowing, and I don't mean like reflecting my dashboard lights. They were actually glowing, a pale blue color. Before I could say anything, she turned to me and said, "Stop the truck." Her voice was different now, deeper with a weird echo to it. I was so freaked out, I just did what she said. I pulled over to the shoulder and put it in park. As soon as we stopped, she got out. I watched her in my side mirror as she walked around to the back of the trailer. That's when things got really weird. The air started to shift, like heat waves, but more intense. Then, right there in my mirror, I saw the back of my trailer open up. Not like the doors opening, but more like the sides were peeling apart. I couldn't move, couldn't blink. I sat there watching as this woman walked into the glowing tear in my trailer. No, in reality itself, and just disappeared. But before she did, I remember her turning and looking right at me, and I swear her face wasn't human anymore. It was a mess of angles and shapes that made no sense. And like that, she was gone. The moment that weird tear closed up, everything instantly went back to normal, like it never happened. I have no idea how long I sat there. Could have been minutes, maybe hours. When I finally came to, my shirt was soaked with sweat and I was shaking like a leaf. I got out to check the back of the trailer. Everything looked normal. The seal was intact, no sign of any disturbance. But that smell was still there, like electricity and ozone. I thought about calling the cops, but what was there to report? Sounded like a scene straight from the X-Files. So I just crawled back in the cab and kept driving, pretending that I didn't see anything. When I got to the depot, I half expected my cargo to be missing or changed in some way. But everything was exactly as it should be. I even checked the security seal again, but it was untouched. I took a few days off after that run. Couldn't bring myself to get back in the truck right away. When I finally did, I avoided that stretch of highway for months. After a long time and quite a bit of denial, I hope and assume that what happened was a sort of dream. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and saw the most weird crap possible. But even that explanation doesn't really make perfect sense. Not to mention I can remember that smell so vividly. Now, truckers do talk quite a bit to each other. We share our weird experiences on the road. But let me tell you something. I still have never heard a story like this. Let's just say I have even less of a reason to pick up hitchhikers these days. Thank you for tuning in to Unexplained Encounters. If you're not already, follow and listen to Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Leave us a rating while you're at it. Get some cool creepy merch at eeriecast.store. Check out my other show where I narrate scary work stories. It's called Tales from the Break Room. For more terrifyingly entertaining shows from EerieCast, go to eeriecast.com. And if you want to listen to Unexplained Encounters and all the other EerieCast shows without pesky ads, sign up for EerieCast Plus at eeriecast.com/plus. You'll also get exclusive access to horror audiobooks only available to EerieCast Plus members. And you'll get 20% off our EerieCast.store merch through our members-only monthly discount code. Finally, if you have a scary story of the unexplained, send it to me at darkstories.org. I think that's about it. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.